Phoenix Nights. Chapter 27:11 Unpredictable. Chapter 27:11 Unpredictable. Yang Yes stayed alarmed Snowy. Snowy hurried over to him when she saw him like this and hugged him. Yang Yes' body was still trembling, but he didn't go berserk. A short while later, he closed his eyes slowly and rubbed Snowy's head. "Don't be afraid." Snowy glanced at him. While he looked very terrifying, his eyes were clear. He hadn't lost himself. Yan Yi took Snowy out of the cultivation, looked up at the sky, and sighed softly. It wasn't a state he could just enter as he pleased. He was utterly incapable of entering the state without sufficient rage. However, once he did enter that state, his strength would improve by practically 10 times. Fortunately, he was someone he was easily enraged. Yang Yi fell silent as he looked at the distant sky. Enemies. He noticed that his enemies weren't limited to the people of the end world, it included that form of destiny too. A short while later, Yang Yi looked down at Snowy and spoke softly. "How did you survive?" She had been stabbed by justice. Yet now, Snowy was completely fine and well. Snowy blinked and waved her paws swiftly. She was very excited. A short while, Yang Yi understood what she meant. After she turned ethereal, her body condensed into form once more. Yes. Even she didn't know how her dispersed body could condense into form once more. To put it in simpler terms, she seemed impossible to kill. That was what Yang Yi thought of it. But it was normal. After all, Snowy had once been the good sprite of this entire universe, and even Destiny's main body hadn't been able to kill her. So long as spirit energy existed, and so long as she hadn't been destroyed by absolute strength, she was impossible to kill. Of course, it didn't represent that she was invincible. The little fellow was very weak when it came to battle. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, rubbed Snowy's head, and left the primordial pagoda. At this moment, he was in a pitch-black vortex, and the destiny dimension had collapsed. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. He used Great Unknown to teleport to the 9th layer of space. His objective was to look for Qi Bitian and Tian Xiu. He had to locate them as soon as possible, especially before the main body of the strongest form of destiny gets to them. Moreover, he had to avoid the experts of the end world now. If he wanted to get to the outer area of the 4-dimensional universe, he had to go up there through the 9th layer of space. Because he wasn't able to use Great Unknown to force his way through the spatial walls between the 3-dimensional universe and 4-dimensional universe, nor did he dare to try. What if he was teleported to a bad place? Yang Yi glanced at the 9th layer of space. It was empty and completely devoid of any signs of life. He looked up and was about to leave when he suddenly looked to the side. A woman was walking over slowly. No, it wasn't actually a woman. Yang Yi was astounded. The figure before him was Yin Yang Goddess, who had gone to the end world with him. There was surprise on her face when she saw Yang Yi. Obviously, she hadn't expected to meet him here. Yang Yi smiled. "Long time no see, senior." She sized up Yang Yi and said, "Tisk tsk. Amazing. You've actually grown to such an extent in this short amount of time." Yang Yi smiled and looked up at the sky. He said, "Senior, are you interested in going above the 9th layer of space?" Yin Yang Goddess' eyes narrowed slightly, and then she gazed at the Great Unknown in Yang Yi's grasp. "No wonder. You have Great Unknown. I didn't expect the rumors to be true, you're really on Destiny's side." She had a slightly strange look in her eyes when she gazed at Yang Yi again. She had been hunted by Destiny on many occasions in the past. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "You may be a woman, you're countless times better than many men." She was slightly stunned and asked, "Why do you say that?" Yang Yi explained, "Firstly, you're not a hypocrite, unlike some people who act one way in front of you and another way behind your back. Secondly, you know I'm on Destiny's side, but you didn't attack me. Obviously, you differentiate clearly between good and bad." Yin Yang Goddess glanced at Yang Yi. "I know you're trying to flatter me, but just as you said, destiny is destiny and you are you. You can't be considered as one. Moreover, I'm not the type to bully the young when I can't triumph over the older generation. But, she glanced indifferently at him, you're absolutely sly and full of tricks. So I won't get myself mixed up with you, and I won't stop you from leaving the 9th layer of space. Yang Yi asked. Senior, you're not coming? She shook her head. I have a feeling that no good will come from staying with you. Yang Yi felt speechless. He didn't say anything else and just turned around with the intent to leave. Suddenly, Yin Yang Goddess said, Hey! Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her, and she spoke indifferently. Let me warn you that the outside world isn't very safe. It may be more dangerous than it is here. Yang Yi nodded. I know. However, as far as I'm concerned, there are no safe places, right? Yin Yang Goddess nodded. True. Good luck then. Yang Yi smiled. See you next time. Yang Yi shot up into the air on his sword. Yin Yang Goddess glanced up at the space above, and then shook her head. She turned around and walked off into the distance, but she suddenly stopped right after taking a few steps. She looked ahead, and the space 300 m away from her trembled. A moment later, a man in a robe walked out from there. He glanced at her and asked, Has Yang Yi been here? Yin Yang Goddess shook her head. I don't know. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then the space before him rippled. Yin Yang Goddess' expression changed slightly. She pressed her palms together and pushed them forward. Boom! The space in front of her rippled in a strange arc. At the same time, the man tapped his right foot down. Bang! The space before her exploded apart, and she was pushed around 3 kilometers back. She wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth and said, Amazing! The man glanced at her and looked up at the space above them. You're quite fast. His figure shot up into the space above them. The entire 9th layer of space trembled. A few breaths of time after he left, another group appeared here. It was Hum Wangu's group. Hum Wangu glanced upward, and then he gazed at Yin Yang Goddess. Mr. Yin Yang, long time no see. Yin Yang Goddess replied indifferently. Hum Wangu, all of you are truly formidable. So many of you are actually going after a single junior. A junior? Hum Wangu shook his head. You must be joking. Yang Yi is no junior. Even I am not confident in being able to defeat him in single combat. Yin Yang Goddess fell silent. Actually, she had sensed danger from Yang Yi just now. Meanwhile, Hum Wangu suddenly said, Mr. Yin Yang, according to my knowledge, you were hunted by destiny in the past too. So why don't you join our undertaking? She glanced at Hum Wangu. You're really targeting destiny. Hum Wangu smiled and remained silent. Yin Yang Goddess fell silent for a short while and said, I won't interfere in your business. She turned around and walked away. First God's eyes narrowed slightly and was about to attack, but Hum Wangu stopped him. Just like that, Yin Yang Goddess vanished before their view. First God suddenly said, Brother Wangu, why aren't we killing her to put an end to all potential troubles? Hum Wangu shook his head. That will just make us even more enemies. Our mission is to gather more people on our side, not kill those who refuse to side with us. If we do that, many experts will feel aversion, and they may even oppose us. So, we don't have to look for trouble with anyone who doesn't help Yang Yi. First God glanced at Hum Wangu and remained silent. Hum Wangu looked up. Do you think Emperor Li can kill him? First God fell silent for a moment and said, If even he can't kill Yang Yi in single combat. First God didn't finish the sentence. The surroundings fell silent. A long time passed before Hum Wangu said, Then let's wait and see. He looked at Zwenmu and continued, Have you found Yang Buxi's exact location? Zwenmu nodded. I have. Hum Wangu nodded. Let's go meet that peerless figure who reigned supreme over the ancient times. He vanished on the spot with the others. Far away in space, Yang Yi shot up swiftly on his sword. He was so fast that space was being torn open in his wake. At this moment, he was in a spatial passageway. Head forcibly cut a passageway open through space. He was madly slashing the space here in the 9th layer to get out of it. In other words, he was cutting his way to the border of the 4-dimensional universe. Yan Yi didn't use past life or great unknown this time. He wanted to rely on his own strength to charge out of the 3-dimensional universe. So, it was extremely difficult. It wasn't that difficult in the beginning, but he gradually started feeling a little powerless. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the strength of the space there was. Even his sword was barely able to do anything to the space there. But that wasn't even the main point. The main point was that the space around him had started to counterattack. Countless strands of spatial energy had started to press down upon him, and were surging toward him like a torrent. A solemn expression appeared on Yan Yi's face. Suddenly, Yan Yi turned around, and a man had suddenly appeared out of thin air there. The man wore a robe. He glanced at Yan Yi and was about to speak when Yan Yi suddenly swung his sword at the man. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. An unpredictable fellow? Chapter 27:12 I'm here. Chapter 27:12 I'm here. The middle-aged man hadn't expected Yan Yi to immediately attack. As far as he was concerned, a chat before the fight was absolutely necessary, wasn't it? However, Yan Yi had immediately attacked. While it has exceeded his expectations a little, the middle-aged man's reaction was extremely swift. As soon as Yan Yi's sword arrived before him, head moved around 30 m back. Yan Yi's attack missed. He was about to attack again when an afterimage shot at him. It was the middle-aged man. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He moved slightly sideways and swung his sword horizontally. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his sword. A bare hand. At this instant, Yan Yi decisively chose to release his sword, and then another sword appeared in his grasp. No, it was 2 swords. They were past life and the great unknown. At the same moment, the middle-aged man released the sword and floated 300 m back. At the instant he left, 2 swords slashed down where had been a moment ago. Yan Yi stopped and looked up at the middle-aged man, and there was a solemn expression deep within his eyes. The middle-aged man's combat instinct was terrifying. Yan Yi didn't attack again because the space in the surroundings was pressing down upon him. He wasn't in the 9th layer of space anymore. The middle-aged man sized up Yan Yi. No wonder the end world was willing to pay such a huge price to hire me. You do have some skill. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand slightly, and shook it left and right. Boom! The space pressing down upon him on both sides was blasted 3 kilometers backward. Hiss! A moment later, the sound of something being sliced apart resounded. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Boom! An instant later, a rumbling explosion resounded through the spatial passageway, and then a figure was blasted away. Yan Yi! As soon as he stopped himself over 1 kilometer away, a black shadow shot at him. The middle-aged man refused to give him a chance to catch his breath. Yan Yi closed his eyes slowly, and the swords in his hands started to tremble violently. A moment later, the black shadow arrived. At the same time, Yan Yi opened his eyes. Hiss! 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 In an instant, countless rays of sword energy and sword intent appeared around Yan Yi. The sword domain sphere. Meanwhile, the black shadow didn't stop, and just a moment later, a hand slammed against Yan Yi's sword domain sphere. Boom! Space shook violently and warped. But just a moment later, the space in the surroundings returned to normal, and Yan Yi was over 1 kilometer away. Suppression by absolute strength. Yan Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. The middle-aged man before him was extremely strong. According to his estimations, he was probably just slightly inferior to the clone of the strongest form of destiny. It was a terrifying thought. It was undeniable that all 4 forms of destiny, especially their strongest form, had far surpassed many experts in the 3-dimensional universe. And if they merged into one, they would be even more terrifying. The middle-aged man looked down at his right hand. There were many bloody cuts on it. Besides that, many remnants of sword energy were raging on his body. He fell silent for an instant, and then he shook his right hand slightly. The sword energy around him instantly vanished without a trace. He glanced coldly at Yang Yi. "You're actually able to injure me." Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. A ray of light instantly arrived before the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man unfurled his palm and forcibly stopped Yang Yi's sword. However, the powerful force carried within the sword instantly pushed the middle-aged man backward repeatedly. The middle-aged man was about to counterattack when a few flying swords suddenly appeared around him. The 5-element swords. They were like 5 copies of Yang Yi, and they shot toward the middle-aged man's weak points. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He stopped fighting Yang Yi in close quarters, and he created over 1 kilometer in distance between himself and Yang Yi. Yang Yi was just about to attack again when the middle-aged man suddenly closed his eyes slowly, and then he clenched his fists and raised his right leg. Hiss! In an instant, the middle-aged man's body split apart, and then around 10 afterimages shot at Yang Yi from different directions. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically. He didn't give it too much thought, and just swung his swords. Dual domain swords. Bang! 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 However, a string of muffled explosions resounded, and Yang Yi was pushed at least 300 m back with every one of them. In just a short while, Yang Yi had been pushed back by around 3 kilometers. A breath of time later, everything calmed down. The middle-aged man had returned to where he was. He glanced at Yang Yi with a wisp of ridicule on the corner of his mouth. "So you're wearing an armor that's a super divine treasure!" Yang Yi took a deep breath and alleviated the terrible discomfort her felt. At that instant just now, he may have been completely suppressed if he hadn't used the armor. However, even with the armor was severely damaged now. Simply speaking, he couldn't use it to get out of trouble again. Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man while the latter walked slowly in his direction. "A full set of divine treasures. Unfortunately, they are all external sources of strength that mean nothing." Yang Yi chuckled. "What the fuck are you talking about? You're God knows how many years older than me, yet I can't even use some treasures? If you're that amazing, why don't you suppress your cultivation and fight me?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "I'm not here to spar with you. I have other things to do once I'm done with you. Of course, I have to admit that I overlooked your age just now. It's absolutely extraordinary that you possess such strength at your age. However, your path ends here." He waved his right hand. Boom! A wave of powerful aura swept out from him. In an instant, the middle-aged man's aura rose rapidly. It couldn't be compared to his previous aura. It was completely different. If his aura was just slightly weaker to the stronger form of Destiny's clone, then he wasn't any weaker to her clone now. Obviously, he hadn't used his full strength earlier. Now, he didn't want to waste more time. Yang Yi glanced at the dual swords in his grasp, and then Snowy appeared before him. Yang Yi rubbed her head, and she cracked a smile before taking the swords and pushing them together. Just like that, they were merged into one. Once they were merged, Snowy hurried back into the primordial pagoda, and then she frowned as she watched Yang Yi. Outside the pagoda, Yang Yi glanced at the sword in his grasp. At this moment, he could clearly sense that it was slightly different now. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly vanished on the spot. A wave of monstrous aura surged through the spatial passageway. Boom! The spatial passageway shook violently like an earthquake was surging through it. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and his sword shook violently in his grasp. Striking last to subdue the enemy. The middle-aged man grew closer and closer to Yang Yi, and a short while later, he drew his sword. The middle-aged man swung his fist too. At this moment, there was no technique involved. It was a head-on collision. Because the middle-aged man's strength covered the entire area around Yang Yi, and his cultivation and strength far surpassed Yang Yi, so it could be said that he was just using overwhelming strength to crush Yang Yi. Yang Yi had no other choice but to go head-on against the middle-aged man. If he retreated, his aura would suffer a blow from that, and then he would fall into a hopeless situation. Moreover, the spatial wall was right behind him, so he had nowhere to retreat. The strength contained in this attack of Yang Yes was much, much stronger than his last attack. His swords were merged now. These swords already surpassed super-divine treasures on their own, so now that they were merged as one, the strength it possessed wasn't just a simple 1+1. Moreover, Yang Yi was using his dual domains and dual intents. A moment later, the middle-aged man's fist slammed against the tip of Yang Yes' sword. Yang Yes' sword shook violently, but the sword stabbed into the middle-aged man's arm, and it just continued forward all the way. A vicious glow flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. He didn't retreat and continued his charge. He allowed the sword to pierce through his body, but his fist slammed against Yang Yi's chest. Bang! The armor Yang Yi wore instantly collapsed, and he was blasted away. Mouthfuls of blood sprayed from Yang Yi as he flew through the air. In the end, he slammed against the spatial wall behind him. Boom! Yang Yi fell on his back, but it only took a moment for him to be on his feet again. His stomach had sunken in from the impact. If the armor hadn't stopped some of the impact, that punch would have gone through his body. It could be said that the armor had saved his life. The middle-aged man glanced at his pierced right arm, and then he just cut it off. Because the past life energy within Yang Yi's sword remained in that arm of his, and it was madly devouring him. If he didn't give up that arm, he may even lose his life. The middle-aged man looked up at Yang Yi. I almost made a mistake. As soon as he finished speaking, his right arm started growing rapidly. An invisible wave of pressure appeared out of thin air above Yang Yi. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly while holding tight to the sword in his right hand. His body gradually started to tremble, and his hair slowly turned red, bit by bit. The sword Tao of hatred, or to put it in simpler terms, the demonic sword Tao. It was actually part of the devil path. Right when Yang Yi was about to full enter that state. I'm here! A voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's ears. Chapter 27:13 I Convince People with Virtue. Chapter 27:13 I Convince People with Virtue. A familiar voice. Yang Yi stopped and looked over. There was a woman standing to his right. A Nanjing. It was a Nanjing who had been gone for quite some time. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he cracked a smile. You're here! A Nanjing nodded and walked over to Yang Yi's side. Both of them gazed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sized up a Nanjing, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, they didn't waste their breath and just vanished on the spot. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He overlapped his hands and slammed them forward. The space before him cracked open and was obliterated. Meanwhile, a spear tore through space and arrived before him. Dagger axe? And Nanjing's dagger axe stabbed directly against the man's palm, but it couldn't pierce through his palm. The middle-aged man had forcefully stopped it. Moreover, dagger axe instantly curved. However, the middle-aged man's pupils suddenly constricted. He hurriedly pulled his hands back because a sword had soundlessly arrived behind him. The middle-aged man reacted very quickly. He pressed his arms together and clamped down on the sword, but a spear stabbed at him from behind. A ferocious expression appeared on his face as he released the sword and flashed 300 m away. However, a strand of blood sprayed from his left shoulder. As soon as the middle-aged man stopped there, Yang Yi and a Nanjing were in front of him. The sword stabbed forward. The spears swept horizontally. A Nanjing and Yang Yi's figures crisscrossed incessantly. In an instant, the middle-aged man was surrounded by countless spear and sword images. Suppression. Utter suppression. At this moment, the middle-aged man couldn't even fight back. In the younger generation, a Nanjing was probably the only one capable of fighting Yang Yi in closed-quartered combat. She was the only one who was on par with him, and even surpassed him. Now, a Nanjing had returned even stronger than before. Her joint forces with Yang Yi, The middle-aged man was pushed back repeatedly. In just around 10 breaths of time, countless sword and spear injuries had appeared all around him. However, the middle-aged man's strength was clearly extremely terrifying. While more and more injuries were appearing on him, they weren't lethal. Just like that, around 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man gave up defending himself against the spear striking his chest. The spear pierced through him. At practically the exact same moment, a sword sliced at his throat. The middle-aged man ignored the sword because as soon as the spear struck him, had relied on the force within it to retreat rapidly. His retreat allowed him to dodge Yang Ye's attack while creating distance between him and them. Once Head retreated, the middle-aged man turned around and vanished on the spot. Head fled decisively. And Nanjing was about to pursue him, but Yang Yi shook his head. She gazed at him, and he said softly, "We can't catch up to him." And Nanjing nodded and looked into the distance. A black shadow had appeared there. She spoke softly. "Thank you." It was the black shadow that had gotten her here. The black shadow spoke softly. "You have to go down the rest of your path on your own." She gazed at it, and it grinned. "Actually, I'm very satisfied already." The black shadow gazed at Yang Yi and continued. "Actually, I should thank you." Yang Yi was quite puzzled. The black shadow explained. "I wouldn't have been able to get out without you." Yang Yi finally understood. Snowy and Arya had gotten the black shadow out that day, and the woman in black hadn't stopped them. In the beginning, he thought the black shadow and the woman in black were on the same side, but now it would seem like the black shadow seemed to be aware of what Yang Yi was thinking and said, "We aren't enemies. After all, we have a greatest enemy then. However, we aren't friends either. Be careful of the strongest form of destiny. She has the most extreme thoughts, and her strength is the most terrifying. Yang Busi was unmatched in the world yet lost to her in the end. Haha, actually, practically everyone from our era lost at her hands." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "How terrifying would she be if they merged into one?" The black shadow fell silent for a moment, and said, "She had completely surpassed the Heaven Tao then. Now that so many years have passed, and all her clones have been cultivating on their own. It's a cultivation technique of hers that she created herself." He shook his head slightly and said, "Actually, she is very mysterious even to us. All I do know is that countless challenged her all those years ago, but all of us failed." Yang Yi fell silent. The shadow continued, "All 4 forms of destiny have their own personality. Now it seems like the women in white and black think highly of you, but 2 and the last one are existences you must be careful of. Especially their strongest form." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you for the reminder." The shadow gazed at Nanjing. "My path was at its end all those years ago, and I hope you can go further than me." His figure gradually turned ethereal. And Nanjing bowed respectfully like a disciple as she stood by Yang Ye's side. A breath of time later, the black shadow had vanished completely. Truly vanished. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing, and she fell silent for a long time before she gazed at him. "Where are you going?" Yang Yi looked toward the distance. "The border of the 4-dimensional universe." She nodded and entered the primordial pagoda. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy appeared before her. Snowy cracked a smile at Nanjing, but Nanjing remained indifferent. Snowy was a little afraid. Suddenly she rubbed Snowy's head and went to the cultivation room. Snowy blinked, and then she quickly followed Nanjing. And Nanjing was still the same. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. In the end, he fell silent for a long time and said, "Maybe we shouldn't go there for now." And Nanjing appeared before him. Yang Yi spoke softly. "Two bullies me, the strongest form of destiny bullied me, and all of these bastards are bullying me too. I feel like a ball that all of them can just kick around." He gazed at her and said, "I feel increasingly furious the more I think about it." And Nanjing nodded. "Kill them!" Yang Yi took a deep breath. "All of them think I will run, but I'm not going to do that. Come! Let's go kill them all." Yang Yi took her hand and traveled downward. In the primordial pagoda. Snowy gazed at the shattered armor, blinked, and then touched it gently. A moment later, countless strands of spirit energy converged into it, and then it actually started to heal. If the middle-aged man from before witnessed this scene, he would probably have an interesting reaction to it. Snowy was like a mender. No, she was one, and she was the best in the world. In just a short while, the shattered armor had been fully repaired. Now, it was truly like new. Once she finished mending it, Snowy hurried out of the pagoda with it and passed it to Yang Yi while her chubby face was covered in a brilliant smile. And Nanjing and Yang Yi exchanged glances, and they saw smiles in each other's eyes. Yang Yi took the armor and passed it to her, but she shook her head. Yang Yi insisted, but she insisted as well. Yang Yi felt quite helpless. And Nanjing spoke softly. They are targeting you, so it may be useful at the critical moment for you. She glanced at Yang Yi and continued. Wear it. Yang Yi didn't linger on the topic. He took the armor and gazed at Snowy with a smile. Little fellow, you're amazing. He was speaking from the heart. Snowy's abilities were truly extraordinary. Fortunately, Snowy was on his side. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, and her smile grew even wider. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he took Snowy in his arms before vanishing from the spatial passageway within Nanjing. It was difficult to head upward, but it was very easy to travel down. In just a short while, they'd returned to the 9th layer of space. And Nanjing asked softly, What do we do? He glanced at the surroundings and grinned. It's time to make them learn. He withdrew a transmission rock, sent his profound energy into it, and then a voice came from within it. Brother Yang. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Where are they living after I destroyed the end world? The voice fell silent for a short while and asked. You plan to counterattack? Yang Yi nodded. Sort of. The voice fell silent for a moment. In the end, a ray of white light flashed out of the transmission rock. They are still there. They repaired the shattered space there. However, they have many, many more formations there now. All of them were set up by old geezers who are skilled in the art of formations. You must be careful. Formations. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he gazed at Snowy and shook his head while smiling. It seems I have to be careless. As he spoke, he vanished on the spot with Snowy and in Nanjing. The end dimension. A short while later, Yang Yi and Snowy arrived at the end world. Had just entered directly. As for Nanjing, she didn't show herself. She was a trump card that was best used at the critical moment. As soon as Yang Yi arrived, his arrival alarmed the experts of the end world, and then countless auras swept over from all directions. At the same time, a huge formation soundlessly appeared below him. Meanwhile, the stars in space actually automatically started to move. Formations. Moreover, there were at least around 10 of them that had activated swiftly. They activated simultaneously, and they could even annihilate a peak Destiny Realm expert with ease. Yang Yi walked toward the distance with Snowy in his arms. He glanced at the surroundings and smiled. I heard you repaired this place. Right, don't get anxious. I always win people over with virtue. Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Around 1 kilometer to the left, a black shadow shot toward the sky, but the ray of sword energy was faster than him. Hiss! The sword energy flashed through the black shadow's throat. The sword energy dispersed to reveal Yang Yi's figure behind the black shadow. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and lightly lifted up the black shadow's head. Just like that, it was lifted up. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Yang Yi glanced at the head in his grasp and sighed softly. Sorry, I wasn't able to control myself. Sigh, I wonder when I'll be able to fix my tendency to kill. Chapter 27:14 The Battle Begins. Chapter 27:14 The Battle Begins. Yang Yi casually tossed the head to the ground and looked up. At this moment, strands of stellar energy were converging incessantly above him. It wasn't just up there, countless formations had been activated below him. Formations. The end world clearly planned to kill him with formations. Even if they couldn't kill him, they wanted to trap him with them. Yan Yi naturally understood that. He gazed at Snowy, and she nodded slightly. She looked up while the sprite staff appeared in her grasp. She raised it and waved it gently. Just like that, the sky shook violently, and then countless experts watched with shock as the formations started to collapse. It wasn't just up there, the formations down below started to collapse as well. The experts throughout the end world were stunned. What the heck? Suddenly Yan Yi said. Snowy, can you make the formations attack them instead? Snowy blinked, and then she looked up at the sky. A moment later she waved her paws swiftly. The formations started to circulate under Snowy's control, but they weren't circulating normally. They were in chaos. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings. His intuition told him that something was off. However, Snowy grew increasingly excited as she played with the formations. A short while later, the formations grew increasingly chaotic, or it should be said that the spirit energy within them was chaotic. No matter what formation it was, they required spirit energy to be sustained. But what was Snowy good at? Managing spirit energy. Since she controlled spirit energy, to a certain extent, she controlled the formations too. But did Snowy know how to use formations? No, she didn't. She didn't understand them at all, and she was just controlling them randomly. Of course, others thought that she was serious. Even Yan Yi felt that Snowy was really controlling them in the beginning. But it didn't take long for him to realize that Snowy was just controlling them randomly. Yan Yi was about to ask Snowy about it when she suddenly lowered the sprite staff. Boom! In an instant, the formations in the sky exploded apart, and even the formations below them exploded. The powerful impact from the explosion instantly swept out to the surroundings. Yan Yi's face changed drastically while Snowy was quite stunned as well. She gazed at Yan Yi, and Yan Yi immediately grabbed her and fled. Yan Yi wasn't the only one, the others throughout the end world started fleeing madly. The huge explosion Snowy created wasn't just the detonation of the formations, there were countless strands of spirit energy there to support the explosions. Otherwise, if it had been just the formations alone, they would have been able to resist the explosions and even suppress it. However, if the explosions were supported by spirit energy, then the force of the explosions was too terrifying. Everyone fled, including Yan Yi. It didn't take long for the end world to start being obliterated inch by inch. This time, it wasn't just the end world that was being destroyed, even the end dimension was affected. Yan Yi held Snowy far away in outer space and gazed at the end world that was a pitch black hole now. He felt a sense of lingering fear. If he hadn't fled in time and allowed himself to be struck by the force of the explosion, then even if he survived, he would have suffered severe injuries. Snowy had an innocent expression on her face as she sat there in Yan Yi's arms and looked off into the distance. Yan Yi glanced at Snowy and shook his head. The little fellow didn't seem to have any idea what danger was. What was danger? What was it? Snowy was just too oblivious. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts, rubbed Snowy's head gently, and looked into the distance. A moment later he grinned. A sword howl resounded. Kill! He was naturally not here to have fun, he was here to kill. He knew that it was very risky and impulsive, but being hunted for so long was too aggrieving. A ray of sword energy surged through space while frequently leaving shrill cries in its wake. Yan Yi was hunting them down. A ray of sword energy flashed. The body of a Destiny Realm expert exploded apart behind it. The sword energy dispersed to reveal Yan Yi's figure. Yan Yi stopped attacking. He just looked to the side, and a group appeared there. It was Hung Wangu's group. Hung Wangu was in the lead. Yan Yi saw more than Hung Wangu. He saw Mou, Zhuamu, First God, and the middle-aged man who pursued him into the spatial passageway. The middle-aged man was Emperor Li. Hung Wangu glanced at the end world and spoke softly. I didn't expect you to come as soon as we rebuilt it. Haha. We're really such failures. He gazed at Yan Yi's stomach. Moreover, we're absolute fools. We know you have the good sprite, yet we actually tried to use formations against you. How foolish of us. Snowy. The entire end world had overlooked the little fellow because they felt that she was just a cute little fellow who was completely harmless. That was why the end world had overlooked her. However, at this moment, they realized that the little fellow may be more terrifying than Yang Yi. Heng Wangu restrained his thoughts and gazed at Yang Yi. Since you dared to come here, you should have other trump cards besides that woman, right? Yang Yi smiled. Go figure? Heng Wangu shook his head and smiled. Why should I? However, no matter what you have up your sleeves, you're not leaving here today. He glanced at the others by his side. Attack together. Attack together. He was very well aware that no one could easily defeat Yang Yi on their own, especially when that woman was by his side. Their joint forces were even able to defeat Emperor Li. Mou and the others didn't refuse. They were about to attack when a ray of sword energy shot over. Heng Wangu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked over. An old man was flying over on his sword, and there was a beautiful woman in a plain robe behind him. Jian Wudi. Heng Wangu's face instantly turned gloomy at the sight of Jian Wudi. Jian Wudi descended by Yang Yi's side, and the woman by his side was curiously sizing up Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Jian Wudi. Martial ancestor. Yang Yi had naturally notified Jian Wudi to come here. Since they were going to fight a group battle, he naturally had to summon everyone. Jian Wudi glanced at Yang Yi and nodded slightly. You're much stronger than before. Looks like you had a fortuitous encounter again. Yang Yi smiled, and then he gazed at the woman by Jian Wudi's side. And this senior is? She grinned. I'm a good friend of your martial ancestors, you can call me Qin Xian. Yang Yi hurriedly bowed. Senior Qin Xian. She glanced at Jian Wudi and smiled. He's much more sly than that disciple of yours. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Jian Wudi glared at Yang Yi and said, Are you confident? Yang Yi shook his head. I'm just giving it my all. Jian Wudi nodded slightly and gazed at Heng Wangu's group. The latter smiled. Looks like there's no need for me to say anything. He gazed at Emperor Li. Brother Li, I'll leave him to you, all right? Emperor Li glanced at Jian Wudi and replied indifferently. All right. He shot up into the air. Heng Wangu gazed at Jian Wudi with a grin on his face. Please go on ahead. Jian Wudi didn't say anything and just shot off after Emperor Li. Heng Wangu gazed at Qin Xian. And you are? Qin Xian smiled. Just send any one of them to fight me. Heng Wangu gazed at First God, and the latter spoke indifferently. Leave her to me. He vanished on the spot with Qin Xian. Mou, Zwenwu, Sky Saber, two other middle-aged men, a woman in palace clothes, and an old man were still by Heng Wangu's side. All of them were peak Destiny Realm experts. Besides that, there were almost 20 Destiny Realm experts in the surroundings. At least 80% of all the Destiny Realm experts in the universe were here. Practically all the elites of the End World were here. Heng Wangu gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. Shall we? Yang Yi cracked a smile and nodded, and then he said, I'm counting on all of you. Heng Wangu's eyes narrowed slightly. A short while later, numerous auras surged down from the sky, and then experts appeared in succession behind Yang Yi. They were led by the Past Life Clan and Martial Sky Clan's Patriarch, and the Yang Clan's Grand Elder. Each of them had brought 2 other Destiny Realm experts with them. So there were 9 Destiny Realm experts from the 3 clans, and 5 of them were peak Destiny Realm experts. Besides that, Tsung Mu and Sha Ji were here. Heng Wangu's side clearly had an advantage in both numbers and quality, but the gap wasn't very huge. They had the strength to fight, at least. Heng Wangu glanced at the experts behind Yang Yi and smiled. No wonder, no wonder! Yang Yi glanced at Heng Wangu. Kill them! It's best if you can kill them all. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Zwenwu suddenly stepped forward. However, a figure flashed out of Yang Yi. It was a Nanjing. A Nanjing locked onto Zwenwu, and her spear shot straight for him. Zwenwu frowned slightly and swung his saber. Bang! A Nanjing and Zwenwu instantly split apart, and they were pushed around 1 kilometer back each. A moment later, a Nanjing charged forward again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had appeared before Hang Wangu. The latter gazed indifferently at Yang Yi, and he tapped his right index and middle fingers forward when Yang Yi's sword descended at him. It tapped right against the top of Yang Yi's sword. Yang Yi's sword shook violently, and Yang Yi was blasted 300 m back. Meanwhile, Hung Wangu remained on the spot. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that had underestimated Hung Wangu a little. Hung Wangu placed his left hand behind his back and walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Your sword is very strong, and so are you. Come, let us continue. Chapter 27:15 I don't need your damn help. Chapter 27:15 I don't need your damn help. Continue. Yang Yi cracked a smile, and then he charged at Hung Wangu again. His powerful sword energy could slice through anything. Hung Wangu stopped moving, and then his feet slid slightly to opposite sides. He squatted partially there and swung a punch. It caused the space before him to collapse. Once space collapsed, the powerful force of the explosion and the energy within his fist instantly blasted Yang Yi and his sword away. They flew over 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi glanced at his right hand once he stopped there. His right hand had cracked open completely, and blood was seeping out incessantly from it. Overwhelming strength. Yang Yi took a deep breath and glanced at the surroundings. The others were already in battle, and it seemed like the end world had the upper hand. Because they had more experts, and their peak and ordinary Destiny Realm experts were much more numerous than the experts on Yang Yi's side. He couldn't delay. Yang Yi looked up. Meanwhile, Hung Wangu suddenly took a step forward. He instantly arrived before Yang Yi. A punch. Another punch. It was going straight for Yang Yi's head. The power within it was sufficient to obliterate the world. The power within it was telling Yang Yi that all techniques were useless before it. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly while his sword merged into one. Past life and great unknown had merged into one. Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. At the instant he opened his eyes, his entire figure turned blood red. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura of the sword Dao erupted from Yang Yi. The demonic sword Dao. Yang Yi had entered that state again. Yang Yi swung his sword with both hands. Boom! Hung Wangu's attack was instantly dispersed. At the same time, Hung Wangu was blasted over 1 kilometer away. At this moment, countless experts gazed at Yang Yi. Their expression changed when they noticed the aura he emanated. At this moment, Yang Yi's aura wasn't something a peak Destiny Realm expert could compare to. Did he take something? All of them were filled with questions. Hung Wangu glanced at his hand. There was an extremely deep injury on his fist, and if it went just a little deeper, the attack would have sliced his fist into 2. Hung Wangu looked up at Yang Yi. I underestimated you. No, your strength exceeded my expectations. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just charged forward. Hiss! Everywhere he passed, space was instantly sliced into bits. Hung Wangu frowned slightly. Meanwhile, a sword arrived before him, and he pressed his elbows together to clamp down on it. The sword descended. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Hung Wangu was blasted over 1 kilometer away again. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi was in front of him again, and another slash descended upon him. Hung Wangu unfurled his right fist and slapped it upward. Boom! A wave of energy surged upward and slammed against Yang Yi's sword. However, the energy failed to stop Yang Yi's sword, and it still descended. Bam! Hung Wangu was blasted away once more. Yang Yi charged over again. Hung Wangu's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised both hands. In an instant, a golden shield appeared around him, and a golden statue around 30 m tall appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi arrived. Hung Wangu pressed his palms together and slammed them forward. Boom! A wave of golden energy suddenly swept out of his palms, and they forcefully stopped Yang Yi's sword. Meanwhile, Hung Wangu suddenly relaxed his palms and allowed Yang Yi's sword to strike his head. However, at practically the exact same moment, he slammed a punch at Yang Yi's stomach. Bang! Yan Yi was instantly punched away. But Yang Ye's sword failed to slice off Hung Wangu's head because the latter was enveloped in golden light, and the golden light had forcibly stopped Yang Ye's sword. Of course, Head dared to go head-on against Yang Ye's attack mainly because Head used his full strength to negate most of the energy contained within Yang Ye's attack. Otherwise, he would have never dared to do that. After he punched Yang Yi away, Hung Wangu didn't stop. He immediately charged at Yang Yi. The golden statue suddenly pressed its palms together behind him, and then it pressed its palms forward. Yang Yi looked up at Hung Wangu, and he saw a golden fist slam down at him. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. He stomped his right foot down and soared up into the air, and then he swung his sword with both hands. The domain's sword. Meanwhile, Hung Wangu's punch arrived. Sword and fist collided. Boom! The space around them shook violently, and then they were pushed backward repeatedly. Meanwhile, the golden statue behind Hung Wangu suddenly slammed a punch in Yang Ye's direction. A golden fist descended from the sky. The space around Yang Yi instantly warped before it. Meanwhile, at the center of it all, Yang Yi couldn't even breathe. A lethal feeling of oppression. Yang Yi didn't dare act carefully, and he shot up into the air while holding his sword with both hands. At the same time, a sword chest suddenly appeared on his back. When he arrived just around 3 m before the fist, the sword chest shook behind him, and then 5 swords surged up into the air and stabbed the golden fist. Hiss! 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 All give swords pierced through the fist, but the fist still descended. Meanwhile, the sword in Yang Ye's grasp slammed against the first. A moment later, a ray of sword energy shot through the fist. However, as soon as Yang Yi passed through the fist, Hung Wangu appeared before him. The latter had formed a strange seal with both hands, and a strand of golden profound energy flowed throughout his body. After that, he gently pressed the seal downward. Bang! The space around Yang Yi instantly collapsed, and his figure was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Hung Wangu was about to attack again when 5 swords suddenly shot at the golden statue behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step back, and the golden statue behind him moved over 100 m back as well. After that, it pressed its palms together. Boom! A ray of golden light rippled out through space, and Yang Ye's swords were instantly blasted away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared before Hung Wangu. At the same time, a few rays of sword energy enveloped the latter. Hiss! 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 Sword energy crisscrossed around Hung Wangu. However, the sword energy wasn't able to pierce through the golden shield around him. However, cracks gradually appeared on the golden shield. A few breaths of time later, along with the descent of Yang Ye's sword, the golden shield shattered into bits. But at the instant that happened, Hung Wangu pushed forward and slammed a punch against Yang Ye's chest. Bam! Yang Yi was instantly blasted away, but at the instant he flew away, he swung his sword and slashed off half of Hung Wangu's right arm. Yang Yi stopped far away in the distance, and as soon as he did that, a ray of sword energy suddenly appeared behind him. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned around swiftly. A figure had arrived behind him. It was Mou. Hiss! A sword stabbed Yang Ye's chest, but it failed to stab through, because Yang Ye's armor appeared once more. Meanwhile, a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Mou's mouth, and he pushed forward. Hiss! The sword stabbed through Yang Ye's chest. It was Heaven Executor. Mou wasn't holding an ordinary sword, he was holding one of the sharpest swords in the world, Heaven Executor. As soon as it stabbed into Yang Ye's body, a frenzied smile appeared on the corners of Mou's mouth. Because Heaven Executor was the most destructive sword in the world. Of course, the ordinary sword and justice were excluded. Once Heaven Executor entered the body, death was guaranteed. Because its powerful energy could destroy all vitality. However, Mou's smile hadn't stretched completely when it froze. Yang Yi didn't retreat, and he pressed forward instead, allowing Heaven Executor to pierce through his body. A moment later, Head grabbed Mou by the throat, and he just lifted him up like that. Yang Yi had an extremely ferocious expression on his face. He suddenly pulled Mou toward him, and then he raised his knee to strike Mou's chin. Bam! In an instant, Mou's chin and half his face was blasted into bits. Hung Wangu was about to attack, but he suddenly stopped. Heaven Executor suddenly shot out of Yang Yi's body and slashed at his throat. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He released Mou, and then he turned around and swung his sword. Bang! Heaven Executor was instantly blasted away. Meanwhile, Mou was already over 1 kilometer away. Mou waved his hand, and Heaven Executor flew back into his grasp. He gazed fiercely at Yang Yi. Ha ha! Yang Yi! Do you see that? Heaven Executor has acknowledged me as its master. It's willing to accept me as its master. Ha ha! Heaven Executor had acknowledged him as its master. Yang Yi glanced at his stomach. At this moment, a strand of mysterious energy was devouring his stomach. The energy of Heaven Executor. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before Mou. The latter's expression changed as he pressed his sword against his forehead. A moment later, countless rays of sword energy swept out from him. However, along with the swing of Yang Yi's sword, the sword energy was completely obliterated. At this moment, Yang Yi was in his demonic sword Dao state, so even an old geezer like Hung Wangu didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Along with the sword energy being dispersed, a sword pressed against Mou's throat. Meanwhile, Heaven Executor had only been lifted, and it was still a distance away from Yang Yi's throat. Mou's expression was extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Can you give him to me? If you agree, I can help you repulse your enemies. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. I don't need your damn help. As soon as he said that, he twisted his sword. Hiss! Mou's head flew up into the air. Chapter 27:16 Sprite Destruction. Chapter 27:16 Sprite Destruction. Right at the instant Mou's head flew up into the air, his soul actually left his body and shot toward the sky. He was trying to flee. A sword shot up into the air and pierced his soul. Mou's soul stopped there, and he stared blankly ahead. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and a sword returned to his grasp. It was past life. Yang Yi didn't pay any attention to Mou and gazed at his stomach instead. The hole there was healing rapidly. It was naturally thanks to Snowy. If he was an ordinary person, he would definitely die from being stabbed by Heaven Executor. But Yang Yi was different. He had the best profound energy in the world, and he had an endless supply of them too. Unless someone sliced off his head and destroyed his soul, he would be impossible to kill. Mou just stared blankly at the starry sky in the distance. He raised his right hand slowly as if he wanted to say something. However, past life energy was ceaselessly destroying him. He didn't have Snowy or past life energy, so he was helpless to resist it. He could only wait for death to arrive. Yang Yi looked up at the sky and tightened his grip on his sword. His gaze was very calm, but the vicious aura and killing intent he emanated was extremely violent. If Tu dared to try and save Mou, he would kill Mou immediately. He was no match for her, he was absolutely no match for her, but if she tried to save Mou, then he would fight her no matter what. He was ready to risk it all if she tried to bully him like that. Hung Wangu glanced at the boundless starry sky and surprisingly didn't attack. Mou's soul grew more and more ethereal. In the end, he suddenly roared madly with laughter that reverberated through space. As he laughed and laughed, Mou vanished from Yang Yi and Hung Wangu's vision. Tu didn't show herself even at the moment he fully vanished. Meanwhile, Heaven Executor suddenly shook and released a slightly sorrowful sword howl. After that, it shot up into the air. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared before Heaven Executor, and it slashed at him. A vicious grin appeared on Yang Yi's lips. It was no match for him when it was wielded in the hands of Mou. So how dare it attack him when it wasn't wielded by anyone? Yang Yi swung past life. Bam! Heaven Executor was blasted away, and then Yan Yi chased after it. It planned to counterattack, but Yan Yi grabbed it. Bang! A wave of sword energy rippled out from the sword, but Yan Yi casually slapped it into bits. After that, he tossed the sword into the primordial pagoda. Heaven Executor stabbed into the ascension platform. It was just about to fly into the air when a small paw descended on its hilt. It was Snowy. Snowy gazed at it indifferently, and her little face had a rare tinge of icy coldness. Heaven Executor used to be quite close to it. However, since it obtained a new sprite, and especially after it devoured the sword energy it had released in the past, it wasn't the same sword anymore. Snowy pondered deeply for a moment, and then she grabbed Heaven Executor with both paws. Meanwhile, countless strands of sword energy erupted from the sword with the intent of mincing Snowy into bits. Snowy squeezed down with her paws. In an instant, the sword energy was enveloped by Snowy's spirit energy, and then the sword started to tremble violently. Sword howls resounded incessantly from it. Sprite destruction. Snowy rarely used sprite destruction because it was very cruel, but she couldn't take it this time. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yan Yi gazed at Hanwandu, and the latter raised his right hand slowly. In an instant, a beam of golden light enveloped him, and then a ray of golden light swept at Yan Yi. Yan Yi grinned, and his smile was quite ferocious. A moment later, a ray of sword energy flashed. Hiss! Everywhere it passed, space was fragile as paper and was instantly sliced open. Just like that, they collided in the most direct manner. Boom! Space shook, and then two figures were pushed back repeatedly. Yan Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he stood up straight and closed his eyes slowly. The 5 swords behind Yan Yi trembled, and then they shot up into the sky. At this moment, all the experts in battle looked toward the sky. The energy of the 5 elements. The energy of the 5 elements emanated by those 5 swords caused the expressions of the experts here to change drastically. Hung Wangus' eyes narrowed slightly as well, and there was an unprecedentedly solemn expression in them. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly pointed his sword forward. Go! As soon as he gave the command, the 5 swords dived down from above, and the energy of the 5 elements they emanated started to tear apart everything around them. At this moment, all the other experts retreated and created space between them and the area Yan Yi was fighting Hung Wendu at. That area was now their private battlefield. Meanwhile, other fierce battles were going on. And Nanjing and Zwimu's battle, and Jianwudi and Emperor Li's battle. At a point in space, afterimages and monstrous saber energy covered the area. Boom! Suddenly, the space there collapsed, and then 2 figures retreated by over 1 kilometer. Zwimu was the first to stop, and he twisted his body slightly sideways before swinging his saber repeatedly. Hiss! 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 The saber energy rippled at Nanjing like waves. And Nanjing had an indifferent expression on her face as she hurled the spear forward. At the same time, she leaped up and followed it. Meanwhile, Jianwudi and Emperor Li had stopped fighting. They were standing in confrontation from afar. Emperor Li sized up Jianwudi, and then he glanced at his body. His body was covered in sharp sword energy. Emperor Li slowly clenched his fists, but he didn't attack. He looked to the side, and he could see the entire situation in the surroundings. Based on the current situation, the end world clearly didn't have an advantage. Emperor Li's eyes narrowed slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Jianwudi suddenly said, "I'm afraid the end world is trying to drag you into a trap." Emperor Li gazed at Jianwudi, and the latter chuckled. "No matter what they promise you, it seems they can't even keep themselves safe. Moreover, ensure you've realized that killing Yan Yi will drag you into a vortex that involves destiny. You're strong, and so long as you don't go too far, destiny can't do anything to you. But showing yourself now..." "Heh," Emperor Li replied indifferently. "If they can show themselves, they would be here by now. Since they haven't, it's obvious that they are being kept busy by something. Right?" Jianwudi nodded. "Then shall we continue?" Jian Wudi wasn't someone who liked to rely on words to win a battle. However, Emperor Li was quite hesitant. Meanwhile, a few sword howls resounded from afar. Both of them looked over, and they saw 5 flying swords madly attacking Heng Wangu. 5 element swords. Besides that, Yan Yi was ceaselessly suppressing Heng Wangu with his own attacks. Emperor Li's face fell from the sight of this. Yan Yi had the upper hand. Once Yan Yi defeated Heng Wangu, the situation would be instantly turned around. If Yan Yi and Jian Wudi joined forces, killing him wouldn't be very difficult either. Jian Wudi's face remained indifferent, but he was quite shocked inside. Yan Yi's attacks were quite unusual, and they felt quite dangerous even to him. But how old was Yan Yi? At the same time, he felt a little worried. Yan Yi's sword Dao was very demonic, and it wasn't a righteous one. Boom! Suddenly, the golden statue behind Heng Wangu was slashed into bits, and the latter retreated over 1 kilometer to create distance between himself and Yan Yi. Yan Yi didn't stop. He stomped his right foot down and shot forward while 5 swords followed by his side. Heng Wangu stared at Yan Yi and clenched his fists slowly. A wave of powerful energy was rapidly converging around him. Meanwhile, Jian Wudi's face changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "Watch out!" He was about to take action when a wave of aura pressed down upon him. Jian Wudi gazed at Emperor Li and spoke angrily. "If you want to fight, then let's fight!" He flicked countless rays of sword energy at Emperor Li. Emperor Li grunted coldly and charged at Jian Wudi. Meanwhile, Heng Wangu squatted down partially and clenched both his fists. Countless strands of energy converged incessantly into his arms before flowing into his fists. Meanwhile, Yan Yi arrived. Yan Yi swung his sword. The 5 swords slashed down with him. 6 swords descended. Heng Wangu closed his eyes slowly, fell silent for a moment, and then raised both his hands and slammed his fists forward. Boom! Boom! A ray of golden light instantly enveloped Heng Wangu. At the same time, a wave of destructive energy erupted from his fists like a volcano. Bang! 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 The 5 element swords that led the charge were blasted away, but Yan Yi forcefully endured the energy. However, it was really too strong. Heng Wangu moved forward incessantly while Yan Yi was pushed back incessantly, and blood kept seeping out from his mouth. Moreover, he felt like his internal organs had cracked open. Yan Yi was pushed over 3 kilometers back. He stomped his right foot down and stopped himself, but the space behind him was instantly obliterated. Chapter 27:17 Sly Cultivator. Chapter 27:17 Sly Cultivator. Suddenly, Heng Wangu slammed another punch forward. His countenance instantly turned ghastly pale when he did this. Obviously, had used some sort of secret technique. However, this punch was much more terrifying than any other punch from before. Yan Yi's expression changed when he sensed the terrifying force contained within Heng Wangu's punch, but he couldn't dodge it at all. The punch covered the space in an area of 300 m around him. He had no choice but to go head-on against it. Yan Yi took his sword in both hands while his profound energy surged madly into the sword. At the same time, he activated the sword domain and slaughter domain. Both domains overlapped. Yan Yi shouted with fury as he swung the sword. Bang! Yan Yi and Heng Wangu were blasted away. As he flew backward, Yan Yi's body started to crack open inch by inch and blood sprayed incessantly from him. Meanwhile, Heng Wangu's body was splitting open inch by inch as well. However, unlike Yan Yi, his body was being sliced open by sword energy. It didn't take long for them to stop their figures. As soon as he stopped himself, Yan Yi looked up at Heng Wangu. His physical injuries were healing at a visible rate, but Heng Wangu didn't have that ability. Heng Wangu cracked a smile. I've lost in recovery. Yan Yi didn't waste his breath and just charged at Heng Wangu. Admitting defeat? If that worked, he would have done that. Unfortunately, the fight between him and the end world would only end when one party died. The end world would never let him go unless they were annihilated. Similarly, he would never spare them while he was alive. Hung Wangu closed his eyes slowly when he saw Yang Yi charge at him, and then he clenched his right fist again. This time, his face was pale like a corpse, and his veins even bulged up. His secret technique was at its limits. If he couldn't stop this attack, he would die, and even if he did stop it, he would still die. It was a hopeless situation. While it was hopeless, Hamwangu still remained composed. Had disregarded life and death a long time ago. Right when Hamwangu was about to launch the attack, something unexpected occurred. The space before him suddenly twisted into a strange vortex, and then a pitch-black hand emerged from there before slamming down at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's sword had just descended, but it only descended halfway before Yang Yi noticed to his astonishment that a wave of powerful energy had stopped his sword. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically and he knew that the situation was bad. He wanted to retreat, but the pitch-black hand suddenly tapped at it. This tap struck the tip of his sword. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. The black hand didn't attack again and just returned to the spatial rift. However, a voice resounded in Hamwangu's mind. Retreat. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a 300 long rift appeared by Hamwangu's side. Hamwangu didn't hesitate to glance at the others. Retreat. Meanwhile, Zhuemu returned to Hamwangu's side, and there was a bloody hole in his chest. At the same time, Nanjing returned to Yang Yi's side, and there was a very long cut on her face. It could be said that it had practically destroyed her face. However, Nanjing didn't become ugly from that. Conversely, it gave her a unique bearing. The others on Yang Yi's side stopped as well because Yang Yi was in bad shape. Yang Yi's entire arm was mangled like it had been blasted with a bomb, and even the bones within were visible. Besides that, his entire body was like a porcelain jar that had fallen to the ground. While his body hadn't shattered, he was on the verge of it. That last attack had been absolutely powerful. Fortunately, he had snowy spirit energy and primordial violet energy. Otherwise, he would probably die from such injuries. The experts from the end world entered the spatial rift in succession. Once all of them had entered, Hamwangu finally entered it as well. But he suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi right before he went through. You're formidable indeed. He entered the spatial rift. A short while later, the rift vanished and everything here returned to normal. It was like the rift had never been there. Yan Wu and the past life clan's patriarch went over to Yang Yi, and they heaved sighs of relief when they noticed that he was still alive. They'd wagered everything on Yang Yi, so if he died, all their hard work would be for nothing. Meanwhile, Jian Wudi and Qin Xian went over to Yang Yi. Jian Wudi frowned when he saw the horrifying state Yang Yi was in, but just a short while later, everyone including Jian Wudi was stunned. Because Yang Yi was recovering rapidly. His injuries were healing extremely rapidly at a rate that seemed unusual to everyone here. Just like that, it didn't even take an hour for Yang Yi to be almost fully healed. Yang Yi stood up. He was healed now, so he glanced at the people here. Thank you? If they hadn't assisted him, just he and Nanjing alone would have never been able to defeat the end world. The facts proved that fighting as a group was much better. Yan Wu smiled. You've helped us tremendously too, so don't mention it. Just let us know if you need help again. He paused for a moment and continued. Do you know who attacked you at the end? That last attack. Everyone here had solemn expressions on their faces. Yang Yi had almost been crushed by that hand. Yang Yi's face gradually became solemn as well, because it felt too terrifying even to him. After his strength improved tremendously, had only felt like that when facing two, and the owner of that hand had clearly not used their full strength. It could be said that if that expert showed themselves, his side would definitely be incapable of stopping that expert. But that expert hadn't done anything. Obviously, that expert was worried about something. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. What was that fellow afraid of? Obviously, it was destiny. Yan Wu said. Brother Yang, I'm afraid this matter requires some planning. The past life clan's patriarch nodded as well. Indeed. It's best if we don't act rashly until we figure out the strength and identity of that mysterious expert who's supporting the end world. Based on the situation just now, that mysterious expert's strength was clearly above all of them. Yang Yi smiled. I know. As he spoke, he glanced at them. Everyone, all of you should head home for now. Remember to try your best to stay in touch, and it's best if you establish teleportation formations to help each other when necessary. Of course, feel free to contact me too. The past life clan's patriarch and Yan Wu exchanged glances, and they nodded. Ye Wu said, Brother Yang, we'll be leaving now. Take care. Both of them and the members of their clans vanished into the sky. Yan Yi gazed at the Yang clan's Grand Elder who was still standing there. Grand Elder, do you have something to say? The Grand Elder nodded but was quite hesitant. Yan Yi asked, What is it? The Grand Elder sighed softly. Our ancestor protected the clan with her life and helped our clan become acknowledged by the universe. However, our Yang clan suffered a terrible decline later on. Especially after she vanished, the clan has been in decline with each passing year. He glanced at Yang Yi and said, We've told the clan that you're a member of the Yang clan, and we want you to become our clan's representative to rekindle the confidence of our clan's young generation. No, it's the confidence of our entire clan. Yang Yi fell silent. The Grand Elder said, If you don't want to, we... Yang Yi smiled. It's fine, so long as you're not afraid that it'll drag down the Yang clan. The Grand Elder was visibly relieved, and he smiled. No matter what kind of trouble you're in, the Yang clan is willing to face it with you. I'm absolutely sincere when I say that. Yang Yi's bloodline wasn't the pure bloodline of the Yang clan, but so what? So long as someone was a genius, all of that didn't matter. Moreover, strictly speaking, Yang Yi was a descendant of the Yang clan. While his bloodline was diluted, all that matters was that he did possess the Yang clan's bloodline. Even if it was an absolutely diluted version. Because it represented that he was part of their clan. Strength. Strength was always the most important at any time. If one lacks strength, even what isn't a problem may become a problem, but there would be no problems with sufficient strength. A short while later, the Grand Elder left with the other members of the Yang clan. Only Tsung Mu, Sha Ji, Jian Wudi, and Qin Xian remained here. Jian Wudi glanced at the place where the experts of the end world had entered the spatial rift and said, They aren't weak. Moreover, while they fled in defeat, their overall strength is intact. You must be careful. Yang Yi nodded. They'll get someone to investigate. Jian Wudi patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. Your strength is pretty good, but your sword Dao is an extreme type. Sai, just be careful. Don't let the sword control you. And kid, you're more like a sly cultivator than a sword cultivator. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Jian Wudi chuckled and vanished into the sky with Qin Xian. Yang Yi shook his head, smiled, and gazed at Tsung Mu and Sha Ji. Tsung Mu said, How's our master? Yang Yi spoke softly. Don't worry. They'll find her. He naturally hadn't forgotten about Qi Bitian and Tian Xiu. It was the thing he was most worried about right now as well. After all, the strongest form of destiny was much more terrifying than the end world. They nodded and soundlessly vanished. Once they left, Yang Yi turned around, and a woman walked over in his direction. 2. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, tightened his grip on his sword, and prepared to attack at any moment. Chapter 27:18 Getting Even. Chapter 27:18 Getting Even. It wasn't her main body, it was just a clone. Tu walked over to Yang Yi and just gazed at him. Yang Yi's face remained indifferent, and he looked her straight in the eyes. A short while later, Tu chuckled. You couldn't even give me that bit of face? Yang Yi shook his head. From the very beginning, he has tried to kill me multiple times, and you never stopped him. But you stopped me when I tried to kill him. What would you do in my place? She glanced at him and looked off into the distance. It was where Mo Ye's soul had dispersed. She just looked there for a long time. In the end, she spoke softly. I should say that I brought about his death. I made him possess ambition that far surpassed his strength. Yang Yi remained silent. Shed brought up Mou and personally trained him. So it was impossible for her to feel nothing. However, Mou may have disappointed her. Tu continued. I gave him a chance before this. Heaven Executor going to him was that chance. Unfortunately, his heart was still so full of envy and hatred. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, He wasn't bad once, but he unfortunately lost himself. Her figure gradually turned ethereal. Yang Yi remained silent. He wasn't interested in the relationship between Mou and Tuesday. His mind was on crushing the end world and the strongest form of destiny. Suddenly, Tu asked, You've met our strongest form? Yang Yi gazed at her and nodded. Tu spoke indifferently. Looks like she didn't acknowledge you. Yang Yi smiled. It doesn't matter. If I have someone strong to rely on, I will, but if I don't, it doesn't matter. I'll just rely on myself. Tu gazed at him for a long time. In the end, she shook her head slightly. If he could think that way, he wouldn't have suffered such a fate. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. I'll give third and fourth some face, and I'll give you this warning. Since you failed to receive her acknowledgement, don't meet her again. Especially when you can't defeat her. Her figure turned ethereal once she finished speaking. It didn't take long for Tu to vanish completely from Yang Yi's field of vision. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and withdrew the transmission rock. A short while later, a voice came from within it. Congratulations, Brother Yang! Yang Yi spoke indifferently. What is there to be happy about? The voice chuckled. You've defeated the end world. Is that not reason enough? Yang Yi shook his head. They aren't really defeated. Right, the end world seems to have a mysterious expert. Do you know about that existence? His expression became solemn at this point because he still felt a lingering fear when he thought about that expert. The voice on the other side of the transmission stone fell silent for some time before it said, I don't know. We're investigating as well. But from now on, we may have to go into hiding. Because Hun Wangu seems to have noticed something. Yang Yi nodded. Be careful. Contact me if you need my help. The voice chucked. Then I'll thank you in advance. Take care, Brother Yang. The transmission stone fell silent. Yang Yi put the transmission stone away, glanced at the surroundings, and then vanished on the spot. Around an hour later, he stopped somewhere and entered the primordial pagoda. On the ascension platform, Yang Yi went over to Snowy, and she passed a sword to Yang Yi. Heaven Executor! Yang Yi took it. At this moment, it didn't have a consciousness anymore. Snowy had destroyed its existing sword sprite. It was a brand new Heaven Executor now. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed at herself and pointed at the sword. She was saying that she could foster a new sprite for it. Yang Yi rubbed her little head and smiled. All right. But don't make it like the last one. Snowy hurriedly nodded. Even she hated the previous sword sprite and Heaven Executor. Yang Yi glanced at the sword. If it didn't have a new sprite, its strength would decline tremendously. Fortunately, he had Snowy, so fostering a new sprite wasn't an issue at all. Most importantly, Heaven Executor could be merged with Great Unknown and Past Life. Yang Yi put his swords away and went to Arya's abode with Snowy. At this moment, Shed changed again. Now, the horns on her head were dark gold in color. Besides that, her tail had changed too. There was a mysterious dark golden glow flowing through her tail. It wasn't just her tail, the mysterious dark golden glow was often flowing throughout her body. Besides that, Arya's aura was growing, and it was so powerful that even his heart palpitated slightly. At the same time that he was shocked, Yang Yi felt quite a bit of bitterness. Arya could become so terrifying just by eating 2 inner core fragments, but had done so much to get where he was. Actually, it was normal. Arya was regaining her past strength, but he didn't have that. Yang Yi and Snowy stayed with Arya for a while, and then Yang Yi went to Nanjing's abode on his own. She was seated cross-legged at the center of the house, and she opened her eyes upon sensing Yang Yi's arrival. Yang Yi sized up in Nanjing and spoke softly. Are you all right? She nodded. I'm fine. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Meanwhile, she spoke softly. That saber cultivator is very strong. Swamu! Yang Yi asked. What is it? And Nanjing said. I can sense that he may have been holding back. He was hiding his strength. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. You're saying that he didn't use his full strength? And Nanjing nodded. He's hiding it. I almost pushed him to his limits many times, but every single time that happened, I would sense danger. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. Be careful when you encounter him next time. He is holding back, and if it isn't to take you by surprise, it's to take destiny by surprise. Yang Yi nodded. The end world held back too. He gazed at Nanjing and smiled. You're not leaving anymore, right? She nodded. Of course. She would never leave now. Because it was when Yang Yi needed help the most. Yang Yi wasn't just being targeted by the end world, the strongest form of destiny wanted to kill him too. That was a practically unmatched existence. After chatting with Nanjing for a while, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Snowy remained in the pagoda to nurture Heaven Executor's sprite. Tu hadn't taken Heaven Executor, and its precious sprite was gone. So, Yang Yi would naturally not give up the sword. Once he merged all three of them, their strength would definitely rise tremendously. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Suddenly, a voice came from the transmission stone in his possession. Eternal Kingdom has been breached! Eternal Kingdom has been breached! Yang Yi frowned slightly, and the voice continued. The desolate race has entered the Eternal Kingdom. So, the powers that were indecisive before have joined them. Now, the entire universe is madly taking over Eternal Kingdom. It's in chaos now. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. The desolate race has help? The voice replied. It may be linked to you. Yang Yi was puzzled. The voice continued. Firstly, you took the entire Sprite Palace. Of course, even if the Sprite Palace was still there, they wouldn't be able to change a thing. The real reason is that you killed the experts from the origin world, and you're keeping the end world busy too. So, the Eternal Kingdom has no one to help them. Without the origin world and end world, the Eternal Kingdom can't find help from anyone else. After all, they rejected the entire universe, so no one likes them. The only forces that may help them were the origin world and end world, but one of them was annihilated by you while the other is being kept busy by you. Yang Yi shook his head. After all, how could that be his fault? The voice said. Eternal Kingdom can be said to have brought all of this onto themselves. Of course, if I'm being honest, if you didn't destroy the origin world and keep the end world busy now, Eternal Kingdom may not be annihilated. After all, the Eternal Kingdom has a very long history, and it has a divine vein, so they just have to pay a certain price and they would be able to make the experts from both those places help them. Yang Yi shook his head. Let's not talk about that anymore. Anyway, have you found the Soul Sect? The Soul Sect had never forgotten how they'd hunted him wherever he went. There were things that he hadn't gotten revenge for in the past, but it didn't represent that he'd given up on getting even. Now that had repulsed the end world, it was time to get even. The voice replied. I have. They are in the Eternal Kingdom. The Soul Sect's master has returned to the Eternal Kingdom too. Yang Yi asked. Didn't he join the end world? The voice replied. He did, but his subordinates remained in Eternal Kingdom. It's impossible for their entire organization to join the end world. The end world only wants him. Now that the desolate race is attacking, he chose to return. Yang Yi looked up at the sky and said, It's time to get even for some things. The voice added, Besides that, those disciples who left your ancient sword sect are all fine and well. However, some of them returned to Eternal Kingdom, and they are fighting the desolate race with the Eternal Kingdom. According to my investigations, their family is still in the Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi nodded. Are they still alive? The voice replied. Yes, they are. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. had planned to just go beyond the 9th layer of space, but now it seemed like he had to return to Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi said, "Leave investigating the mysterious experts supporting the End World to you. Besides that, I'm counting on you to complete my other requests. Contact me at any time if you need anything." The voice chuckled. "We're on the same boat now. If anything happens to you, my fate won't be any better. So, I hope we work well together." Yang Yi smiled. "Me too." Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Favorite. Chapter 27:19 Instant Kill. Chapter 27:19 Instant Kill. Eternal Kingdom. At this moment, Eternal Kingdom had fallen, and the desolate race's army had entered its borders. The entire world was in a mess. Of course, there were tons of corpses and blood all over. The War Dimension. The War Dimension was the only place in the Eternal Kingdom that hadn't been conquered by the joint forces of the desolate race and the entire universe. Besides fostering geniuses, this place existed as a backup plan for the Eternal Kingdom. Countless powerful formations were gathered here, and they had been ceaselessly reinforced for a very, very long time. Now, they were extremely terrifying. It could be said that even killing peak Destiny Realm experts wasn't difficult for these formations. Moreover, after they gave up their territory and shrunk their line of defense by converging all their experts here, and coupled with the formations here, it was the only way they could stop the desolate race's advance. However, Eternal Kingdom had fallen. Now, the War Dimension had temporarily stopped the desolate race, but if they received no assistance, it was only a matter of time before the desolate race got them. After all, the desolate race had surrounded the War Dimension. In the War Dimension, all of them had converged in the city, and they could see countless formations circulating in the sky above. Outside the War Dimension, the desolate race and the experts from all over the universe were gathered out here. They would naturally not spare the War Dimension. Once they eliminated the War Dimension, the history of this universe would be rewritten. Huang Ying stood in the sky outside, and the Undying Race's patriarch, Huang Buer, and Huang Xian were by his side. Besides that, countless other experts from all over the universe were behind him. Once they found out that Eternal Kingdom had been breached, the experts of the universe stopped watching and rushed over with the intention of benefiting from the scraps of the war. Huang Ying didn't refuse it because Eternal Kingdom still had the War Dimension, and it had to be eliminated to put an end to all future troubles. Now that these people were here, he was naturally happy to welcome them. After all, he had countless more cannon fodder to use. In the sky, Huang Xian suddenly asked, "Shall we begin?" Huang Ying gazed at Huang Buer, and the latter spoke solemnly. "These formations are very powerful. It will probably take a long time to break through them." Huang Ying smiled. "It's fine. We have time." Huang Buer was about to speak when a ray of sword energy descended in the distance. The expressions of everyone here changed. The forces behind Huang Ying were about to attack, but he stopped them. It was because the figure in the distance belonged to Yang Yi. Huang Ying, Huang Buer, and Huang Xian's expressions were quite unsightly at the sight of Yang Yi. Was Yang Yi here to help? If Yang Yi was here to help, they would be in big trouble. Yang Yi was fighting the End World right now. But even the End World couldn't kill him. Their expressions grew increasingly unsightly as they thought about it. Yang Yi glanced at Huang Ying's group, and then he walked toward the War Dimension. However, he stopped a short moment later and gazed at Huang Ying. "Can you spare the sprites of this world?" Huang Ying gazed at Yang Yi. "Yes." He would naturally not refuse. Only the End World could stop Yang Yi now. While the desolate race had practically won the war against the Eternal Kingdom, the situation would instantly turn around if Yang Yi took the Eternal Kingdom's side. So, the desolate race didn't dare to refuse Yang Yi's request. Fortunately, it wasn't an excessive one either. Yang Yi nodded and walked toward the War Dimension. Once he got close to it, the formations there instantly activated. At the same time, a barrier appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi withdrew Great Unknown, and then he passed through the barrier. All barriers were nothing before Great Unknown. Huang Ying and the others were stunned by the sight of this. He got through just like that. Just like that? They exchanged glances and saw bewilderment in each other's eyes. In the war dimension, a ray of sword energy suddenly descended before the gates of War City. At this moment, countless experts appeared above the city walls, and they seemed like they were facing a formidable enemy when they saw Yang Yi's figure. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan appeared before Yang Yi. Lu Yuan glanced at Yang Yi with a rather complicated expression on her face. This fellow before her had once been a part of the war dimension. If the Eternal Kingdom hadn't treated Yang Yi like that, Yang Yi would still be part of the war dimension, and the situation would be different. Yang Yi said, "Tell the Soul Sex Master to come here." The Soul Sex Master. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yang Yi, are you trying to strike us when we're down?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Senior Lu Yuan, am I doing something like that?" "I don't think so. Tell him to come out here, and we'll resolve our enmity on our own." She spoke solemnly. "Yang Yi, Eternal Kingdom is already in this state. If you act against us, you'll be pushing us to death." Yang Yi smiled. "A long time ago, didn't Eternal Kingdom do the same to me?" Lu Yuan fell silent. Yang Yi shook his head. "Allow me to be honest. Even if you win, they still must die." He looked at the city. "The patriarchs of the various clans and the Eternal Lord, all your lives are mine. The Soul Sex Master too. Will you come out yourself, or shall I kill my way in?" Lu Yuan spoke solemnly. "Yang Yi, can't you give some consideration for the past?" Yang Yi gazed at Lu Yuan. "Of course. You've helped me in the past, and I will never forget that. But kindness and enmity are two different things. I must kill them, especially the Soul Sex Master. As for the Eternal Lord and the others, I can give you face and kill them in a month from now. If they fall in battle, they'll let bygones be bygones. If they survive, they'll send them off on their way." Lu Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. Oppressive. Yang Yi was being oppressive right now. A moment of silence ensued, and then Lu Yuan gazed at him. "Yang Yi, I know you're extremely strong, and none of us are a match for you in single combat. But we have countless experts here, and the formations from years ago. You won't have any advantage in a head-on collision with us. The Soul Sect was part of the Eternal Kingdom right now. If she agreed to Yang Yi's demands, wouldn't it disappoint countless?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Lu Yuan, you should be thankful that it isn't someone else who said that to me. Otherwise, I'd bury this war dimension right now. But as I've mentioned earlier, I owe you, and I don't want to repay that with evil." He summoned Snowy as he spoke. Lu Yuan turned pale when she saw Snowy. Yang Yi spoke coldly. "She could even eliminate all the End World's formations with ease, so shall I ask her to undo all the formations you have here?" The good sprite. Lu Yuan closed her eyes slowly. She knew that the little fellow could get everyone here killed. Because once the formations were gone, the desolate race's army would attack, and everyone here would die. As for their formations were useless before the little fellow. The war dimension had no right to negotiate with Yang Yi. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared before Lu Yuan. "The Soul Sex Master!" Lu Yuan was about to speak when he shook his head. "Lu Yuan, this is between us, so we'll deal with it ourselves. You can go back inside." She gazed at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, can you really not make an exception?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm repaying you by not annihilating the entire Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yuan, you know how the Eternal Kingdom treated me and the Ancient Sword Sect. So, don't ask me to make exceptions because they never did that for me and the Ancient Sword Sect." Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment and left. She knew that nothing she said would change anything. It was time for the Eternal Kingdom to pay for what it had done. Of course, she was thankful that Shed helped Yang Yi in the past. If it wasn't for that, Yang Yi would probably not even waste his breath on her. But she felt it was a terrible pity too. Because Yang Yi had once been part of the war dimension. Once she entered the city, the Soul Sex Master gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. "Time changed, huh?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Sorry, I'm not interested in wasting my breath on you." Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The Soul Sex Master's eyes narrowed slightly, and he waved his right hand. The super divine treasure, the Soul All, appeared before him, and it spun madly. In an instant, countless strands of soul energy rippled out from the All. At the same time, his entire body started to burn. Soul ignition! He was very well aware that he had no chance. Had been in the end world, so he knew how strong Yang Yi was. Only Heng Wangu and the other old geezers stood a chance against Yang Yi in single combat. So, he didn't hold back from the beginning. He didn't hold back at all. He planned to take Yang Yi down with him. If he risked everything, he may be able to escape with his life. But if he didn't, he would just be giving his life away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi arrived before him. Past life. The soul energy was instantly obliterated before past life. Past life was the bane of souls. In an instant, the soul energy was obliterated, and the sword stabbed against the All. Crack! The Soul All cracked open. Meanwhile, Yang Yi twisted his sword, and it stabbed at the Sword Sex Master who was standing behind the Soul All. The Soul Sex Master revealed a ferocious grin on his face, and then his soul suddenly expanded. Self-detonation. Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and flashed by like a ray of light. Hiss! The ear-piercing sound of something being sliced open resounded. A moment later, Yang Yi was behind the Soul Sex Master. There was a brief moment of silence before the Soul Sex Master turned ethereal and vanished. An instant kill. An absolutely instant kill without any chance to fight back. Yang Yi put his sword away and walked over to the city. Disciples of the ancient sword sect, come to me! Chapter 27:20 Countless Sword Sects. Chapter 27:20 Countless Sword Sects. Once Yang Yi said that, a few rays of light shot up into the air, and then 4 figures appeared nearby. They bowed to Yang Yi. Sect Master! He glanced at them. He recognized all of them. They were disciples of the sect, and Lu Yunxian was among them. Yang Yi asked, Shall we leave? They exchanged glances and seemed to be visibly hesitant. A short while later, Lu Yunxian stepped forward and shook his head. Sect Master, we can't leave. Our families and loved ones are still here in the city. Yang Yi said. Tell them to come with us. They were stunned by this. Leave together? Yang Yi nodded. I don't want to interfere in the Eternal Kingdom's business, but I have to take care of all of you. Both you and your loved ones have no hope of survival if you remain here. Tell them to come here and leave with us for somewhere else. They were quite hesitant. Yang Yi frowned slightly. All of you will die if you stay, so what are you hesitating for? Lu Yunxian replied. I'm afraid War City. Yang Yi replied coldly. Would they dare to refuse? Lu Yunxian glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. All right, well, get them. They excitedly entered the city again. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. Is the Yi clan here? An old man appeared before Yang Yi. It was the Yi clan's ancestor, and Yi Jibei. The Yi clan's ancestor smiled. Long time no see. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Senior, I'm sure you're aware of the situation. Allow me to be honest, even if you can keep them out for a few dozen years, it's pointless, isn't it? The Yi clan's ancestor fell silent for a moment, and said, I know, but I still can't leave. The Xing clan's patriarch fell in battle, and that old man from the Lu clan is seriously injured. We're lacking experts in the Destiny realm. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, the old man added, Besides that, so long as the end world and the other monstrous geniuses like you don't help the desolate race, it'll be very difficult for them to break their way in here. Furthermore, if my Yi clan's disciples are able to survive this danger, it will be very beneficial to them. So, I'm grateful for your kindness. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. He gazed at Yi Jibei. If a day comes when War Dimension is breached and am still alive, send me a voice transmission. It'll come for you and your clan. The Yi clan's ancestor was overjoyed. While he had chosen to stay, it was a risky bet. If the Yi clan survived this hopeless situation, its forces would definitely become extremely terrifying. However, it was a very, very risky bet. After all, once War City was breached, the Yi clan would vanish from this world. Yet now, they had Yang Ye's promise, so it represented that the Yi clan would survive even if Eternal Kingdom lost. How could he not feel overjoyed from that? Yijibei was quite visibly moved as well. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Thank you." This promise could truly be described as something that would save the Yi clan's life. Meanwhile, the others on the city walls had extremely complicated feelings in their hearts. The Yi clan received such treatment because it had chosen not to target Yang Yi. Regret. Especially the Xing clan. If they had made Xing Biqing stay, then perhaps their clan would receive such treatment. Unfortunately, they had made her leave. Now that they lost her, they had no right to speak to Yang Yi. Yang Yi wasn't the same Yang Yi who had been hunted by the entire Eternal Kingdom. Meanwhile, Lu Yunxian and the others led a group out of the city. No one in the city stopped them. Even if they wanted to, they didn't dare to. Both the Desolate Race and Eternal Kingdom didn't dare to go head-on against Yang Yi. Yang Yi ignored the experts on the city walls and gazed at Yijibei. Farewell. He shot up into the air with Lu Yunxian and the others. The Yi clan's ancestor sighed softly as he watched Yang Ye's group leave. Jibei, we're lucky that we didn't choose to go against him. Yizibius' lips curled into quite a moving smile. Outside the war dimension, a group of experts surrounded Yang Ye's group upon seeing them emerge from the war dimension. However, they immediately retreated upon noticing that it was Yang Yi. This fellow couldn't be stopped, otherwise it would lead to trouble. Yang Yi glanced at them and walked away. Suddenly, Huang Ying said, "Brother Yang." Yang Yi stopped, and he continued, "Can you help us? Just this once." So long as Yang Yi summoned Snowy, these formations would vanish in an instant. It could be said that the little fellow just had to wave her tiny paw, and everyone in the war dimension would die. And the Desolate Race would truly win. At that time, the Desolate Race would be the new master of the Eternal Kingdom, and it would set the rules of this place. Yang Yi glanced at Huang Ying and shook his head. "No." Yang Yi vanished into the sky with the others. Huang Ying's face was calm because had expected that answer. Meanwhile, Huang Buer suddenly said, "He's a very unstable element." Huang Xian nodded. "He's too overbearing. The way he treated us is an insult to our race, and the descendants of our race should never forget this humiliation." Yang Yi had openly entered the war dimension and taken people from there, and that was undoubtedly a form of disregard to the Desolate Race. Moreover, had even threatened them to not harm the sprites of this world. It could be said that he was openly disregarding them. When had they ever been insulted like this? Suddenly, Huang Buer shook his head. "Don't think like that." Huang Xian gazed at Huang Buer, and the latter spoke solemnly. "If our patriarch was here, then perhaps he would have to consider our patriarch. However, our patriarch is gone, so it's best if we don't offend him. Not to mention us, even the End World wasn't able to get the upper hand against him. But that's fine because he has gotten himself swept into the enmity between the End World and Destiny, and one side will die in the end. Perhaps Yang Yi will vanish from this world soon." Huang Xian nodded. An outcome had to be decided between Yang Yi and those extraordinary figures. Their job was to watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards. Meanwhile, Huang Ying suddenly said, "Let's do this. Once we're done here, we will have nothing to worry about." As soon as he said that, countless experts charged at the war dimension. At the same time, countless formations were activated within the war dimension. The combined strength of these formations wasn't any weaker to the formations that the End World had set up that day. However, the Desolate Race clearly had a strategy to deal with it. It was to use numbers against it. They planned to exhaust the war dimension to death. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped in outer space. Lu Yunxian and the others bowed to Yang Yi, and then the others behind them bowed as well. Yang Yi could be said to have saved their lives. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "It was nothing." He glanced at them and continued, "What do you plan to do now?" Lu Yunxian spoke solemnly. "We plan to leave for another world." The spirit energy there may be inferior, but it's safe, at least. I think we can return once everything in the Eternal Kingdom calms down. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Eternal Kingdom wasn't very peaceful now, and staying was too dangerous. Lu Yunxian hesitated for a moment and said, Sect Master, how are things between you and the End World? Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry about me, just take care of yourselves. Lu Yunxian nodded because they really were incapable of interfering in Yang Yi's problems. If they did, they would only be causing trouble for him. Lu Yunxian seemed to have thought of something at this point, and he added, Right, some of the others started their own sects in other worlds. Even though they are only small sects, I think it's quite good. Besides that, all of them are using the Ancient Sword sect's name. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, All of them built a statue for you, and they tell their disciples that you are the true sect master. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Seriously? Lu Yunxian smiled. Perhaps many disciples of the Ancient Sword sect will come to the Eternal Kingdom. At that time, they will hear about you. However, they are quite worried. Yang Yi asked, What are they worried about? Lu Yunxian replied, They are worried you won't be happy. However, they said that so long as you need something, they will come no matter where you are. Moreover, they will only acknowledge you as the sect master. Yang Yi hadn't abandoned the Ancient Sword sect in its time of need, and had protected it all the way. Moreover, they could be said to have gone through thick and thin with Yang Yi. So, the disciples of the Ancient Sword sect thought of Yang Yi as their one and only sect master. Yang Yi smiled and said, I don't mind. If it's possible, contact them and tell them that establishing a sect is a good thing. However, I really don't want to see our disciples killing each other. Lu Yunxian replied solemnly. Don't worry, sect master. We will never do that. Yang Yi nodded. He seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Lu Yunxian. Are you thinking of establishing one too? Lu Yunxian smiled embarrassedly. We do plan to do that. Yang Yi nodded and smiled. All right. He flicked a ray of white light into Lu Yunxian's forehead. Lu Yunxian was stunned. What is that? Yang Yi replied. Some of the sword techniques I learned in the past, and some of my comprehension and experience. I hope it'll be of help to all of you. Lu Yunxian was stunned for a moment, and then gave Yang Yi a deep and long bow. Yang Yi smiled. Go on, I hope we'll meet again one day. Lu Yunxian nodded. Take care, sect master. They turned around and left. Yang Yi watched them leave in silence. Chapter 27-21 The Ordinary Sword. Chapter 27-21 The Ordinary Sword. Farewells. If you were being honest, Yang Yi wasn't very fond of this feeling. Since the beginning, people had been leaving one after the other, and it wasn't a very nice feeling. However, at most times, he had no other choice. Just like these disciples of the Ancient Sword sect. He could bring them all together, but it wasn't beneficial to anyone. His enemies were too strong, and it would be easier for him to face them on his own. As for these disciples, they would have more room to grow on their own, and they could learn to be more independent too. That was a good thing for them. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and left. Yang Yi didn't know that many years from now, countless formidable sects of sword cultivators would appear in the world, but the strange thing was that these powerful sects from various different worlds had the same ancestor. In a world of unknown name. It was the world Hengwangu, and the others had chosen. Those who'd survived the battle that day had come here. At a certain waterfall, Hengwangu sat cross-legged on the ground while countless strands of spirit energy surged incessantly toward him. As more and more spirit energy surged into him, his injuries started to gradually recover. But when compared to Yang Yi, such recovery was quite slow. It wasn't just Hengwangu, everyone from the End World was healing. They'd exhausted a lot of their strength during the battle. Suddenly, an old man walked over to Hengwangu. It was Mr. Jing. Hengwangu didn't open his eyes while Mr. Jing said, He's leaving the three-dimensional universe. Obviously, he was speaking about Yang Yi. Hengwangu remained silent. Mr. Jing asked. Shall we pursue him? Hung Wangu opened his eyes while a grin of self-ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. Pursue him? How? We can't kill him anymore. Had almost been killed during the previous battle with Yang Yi. Even if Head revealed his trump card, he still failed to defeat Yang Yi. Especially after Yang Yi entered that crazed state. The might of Yang Yi's attacks was simply horrifying. Now Yang Yi was in existence, they couldn't do anything to. Mr. Jing fell silent. Yang Yi really wasn't someone the End World could kill anymore. Even if the End World had so many peak experts. Mr. Jing restrained his thoughts and asked. Then what should we do? Hung Wangu replied. Heal first. Mr. Jing nodded and left. Hung Wangu fell silent for a moment, and then he stood up and went to the bottom of a certain mountain. There was a cave there, and within the cave was a strange dark red glow. Hung Wangu spoke solemnly. We're unable to kill him anymore. A short while passed before a voice resounded in the cave. You're not strong enough. Hung Wangu glanced into the cave. And? The voice asked. Do you want to grow stronger? Hung Wangu's eyes narrowed slightly and were filled with vigilance. Ha ha! The voice suddenly chuckled. You really aren't an ordinary idiot. Your first reaction is to be vigilant and not get happy. Hung Wangu replied indifferently. Be frank. The voice said. Aren't you cultivating a divine technique known as the Golden Bell? Hung Wangu frowned slightly. You know of it? The voice replied. I do. It's a pretty good technique. Unfortunately, you haven't cultivated it to its limits, and that's why you failed to defend yourself against Yang Yi. Hung Wangu said. Please provide me with your guidance. The voice replied. You must use an extreme method to cultivate it to its extremes. Hung Wangu frowned slightly. An extreme method? What kind of extreme method? The voice replied. There are countless types of energy in this world, and the most suited to you are the earth energy, life energy, and spatial energy. If these energies are added to your technique, its power will definitely multiply, and so will its strength. Hung Wangu fell silent for a short while and asked. How do I do it? The voice replied. It'll give you a secret technique. Look for a world and devour the earth energy, spatial energy, and life energy there. Just like that, continue until you feel that you're at your limits. Hung Wangu frowned. Devour a world? The voice replied. Indeed. Hung Wangu fell silent. The voice asked. What? You think it's cruel? Hung Wangu replied indifferently. What do you think? The voice laughed coldly. The truly strong trample on the corpses of countless to ascend to where they are. If you're unwilling to grow stronger, there is only one outcome that awaits you, dying at Yang Yi's hands or dying at Destiny's hands. Destiny push Yang Yi forward now and aren't doing anything themselves, coupled with the fact that they are busy suppressing some existences. This is an opportunity for you. You'll never have another one if you don't grab it now. Hung Wangu fell silent for a long time and asked. How strong are you? The voice laughed coldly. What? Are you wondering if I can really fight Destiny? Hung Wangu nodded and was very frank. Suddenly, a black hand stretched out within the cave. Hung Wangu's expression changed drastically, and he raised both his hands. Boom! A golden ray of light surged up from him, and then a thick golden shield appeared around him. The Golden Bell. However, as soon as the black hand touched it, boom! The shield exploded apart, and Hung Wangu was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped his finger, a strand of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the cave with a solemn expression in his eyes, and he was absolutely shocked in his heart. Terrifying strength. Meanwhile, the voice resounded in Hung Wangu's ears. What do you think? Hung Wangu spoke solemnly. If you're so strong, why didn't you just kill Yang Yi earlier? Hell'll be a huge problem for us if he's allowed to live. Moreover, he has the good sprite and evil beast. You would have immediately obtained them by killing him. The voice replied indifferently. Yang Yi? He's just a junior who's quite a monstrous genius. He isn't my target. Of course, I didn't refrain from killing him because I was looking down on him, it's because I couldn't. Wangu asked. Why? The voice replied. That attack was at the limit of the strength that I can reveal. If I use too much strength, everything will change? Wangu asked solemnly. Destiny? The voice replied. What do you think? Wangu shook his head. If I were you, I would kill him even if it meant exposing myself. He's too monstrous. No one will be able to stop him if he's allowed to grow. The voice replied. There are those who are even more terrifying than him. Don't place too much of your attention on him. I'm sure you know what our true objective is. If I kill him and expose myself, then everything would come to an end. Wangu spoke solemnly. When will you strike back? The voice said. When my strength recovers. Wangu glanced at the cave. You lost in the past, right? The voice laughed coldly in response. I did. However, I lost to the complete form of Destiny and her sword. Besides that, if those bastards from the four-dimension universe hadn't been keeping me busy, how could she have possibly? The voice fell silent for an instant at this point, and then it continued. She was unmatched in the past, but she split herself into four now. Her strength is inferior to what it was, and that is an opportunity for us. Wangu fell silent for a short while and said, I know you have your own plans, and your own worries, but allow me to be honest. You'll regret not killing him. Wangu turned around and left. In the cave. A pitch-black hand suddenly waved about within the cave, and then an endless stream of dark energy appeared within the cave. The image of a sword gradually appeared within the dark cave. The sword was pitch black, over a meter long, and without a hilt. The sword was ethereal. Obviously, it wasn't the real sword. Meanwhile, countless strands of dark energy surged into the sword, and as they surged into it, the sword was gradually undergoing a change. A long time passed before a figure appeared here. If Yang Yi was here, he would definitely be shocked. Because it was actually the master of dark space, the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord glanced at the sword. Master, what is this sword? A voice resounded within the cave. Among the swords of the world, the ordinary sword is the best, and Destiny's sword is right below it. In order to kill the strongest form of Destiny, a sword that can counter justice is required. I've refined this sword for 67,000 years just to do that. Its body is almost formed, and if I can sacrifice the good sprite and evil beast to this sword, it will become the sword of good and evil. Then, it can even go against an ordinary sword, and it'll definitely be the only sword that can go against the ordinary sword. The Dark Lord said, Yang Yi isn't easy to deal with now. The voice replied, It's fine. I'll go for him myself once I've recovered more. The Dark Lord nodded. There naturally won't be any problems if you do it, Master. Right, the desolate race has entered the Eternal Kingdom with our help. However, there are survivors in War City. The voice replied. They're just a bunch of ants, ignore them. Tell Huangying to awaken the Divine Vein. I need it as a sacrifice for this sword. The Dark Lord hesitated. The Divine Vein is the foundation of Eternal Kingdom, and if it's removed, I'm afraid Huangying won't allow it. This world isn't mine anymore, so what's the point of letting the living beings of this world live? As for Huangying, kill him if he refuses and just get someone else to lead them. Understood. The Dark Lord bowed slightly and left. The cave fell silent once more. At a boundless river of stars, a sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe walked slowly through the area. He walked for a long time before he suddenly stopped. A pair of eyes soundlessly appeared in the space above him, and then a voice resounded. Sword cultivator, why have you come here? The sword cultivator looked up. A female sword cultivator told me that you people in the four-dimensional universe are very strong. So, I've come to spar with you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. It'll be just a spar. Chapter 27-22 I Seek Death. I'm serious. Chapter 27-22 I Seek Death. I'm serious. The entire starry sky suddenly fell silent. A short while later, a voice resounded. Arrogant sword cultivator! You'll pay for this! The sword cultivator nodded slightly. I seek death, am serious. Bang! A wave of monstrous pressure descended from the sky, and it caused the space here to warp. It was extremely shocking. However, the space around the sword cultivator was completely unharmed. A moment later, he flicked with his thumb, and a sword shot up into the air. Hiss! The sound of something being sliced apart resounded. After that, a furious howl resounded above the sword cultivator, and then the eyes turned ethereal. It had fled. The sword descended from the sky and entered the sword cultivator's sword sheath on its own. The sword cultivator walked forward, but he suddenly stopped after taking a few steps. He looked into the distance. His gaze seemed capable of passing through countless worlds, and then he suddenly smiled. The sword Tao of hatred. Interesting, love that gave birth to hatred. As expected of the sword Tao of emotion, it contains countless things. He looked up at the sky. I have 3 regrets in my entire life. Firstly, being unable to truly fight your father. He destroyed his own martial Tao and willingly accepted death. Secondly, I wasn't born in the era of the Heaven Tao to fight against the Heaven Tao, Destiny's peak form, and all the experts of that time. Thirdly, I wasn't born in the same era as you. Fortunately, I can wait for you. I started first on the path of the sword Tao, and it'll wait for you at its peak. He walked off once he finished speaking. A short while later, had vanished into the distant sky. Meanwhile, 2 women were traveling side by side. They were in a chaotic world filled with gray mist, and nothing could be seen clearly here. They were Tian Xiu and Qi Bitian. At this moment, both of them were covered in injuries. They were around the same size, and both of them looked like young girls. Meanwhile, Qi Bitian suddenly asked, Why did you help that kid so much? Obviously, she was asking about Yang Yi. Tian Xiu had risked her life to help Yang Yi. Tian Xiu replied indifferently, I was weak for a period. At that time, he took care of me. His kindness to me wasn't for any personal interests, and it was just pure kindness. She glanced at Qi Bitian. What about you? Qi Bitian shook her head. In the beginning, I just wanted to help Arya because I owe her. But later on, I realized that while he's a rash fellow, he's quite true and not evil at all. Moreover, he considers the people around him to be more important than his own life. Especially his attitude toward the good sprite, he has no intention to use her, and it's just very pure love. It's no wonder that little fellow likes staying with him. Tian Xiu grinned and didn't say anything. Qi Bitian glanced at Tian Xiu and asked, Are you interested in causing some trouble? Tian Xiu replied indifferently, Yes. Qi Bitian patted Tian Xiu on the shoulder, chuckled, and then they tore through space and shot toward the distance. The void world. Sky Maiden suddenly stopped, and an ethereal figure had appeared before her. She gazed at it and asked, He left? The ethereal figure replied, He did. She nodded. That's good. The ethereal figure asked, Are you interested in going to another place? She asked. Where? The ethereal figure replied, You've devoured countless worlds here, and your strength is at the peak of the Destiny realm. If you want to improve further, you must devour something stronger. Sky Maiden's eyes narrowed slightly. Above the 9th layer of space? The ethereal figure nodded. Indeed. She gazed at the figure for a long time. We've known each other for quite some time, but I still don't know your name. The ethereal figure fell silent for a moment, and said, The Mortal Emperor. She frowned slightly and was about to ask when the figure added, The first Mortal Emperor was my father, and he died at the hands of the Heaven Tao. In the 2nd generation. He looked up at space. And you will be the 3rd. She was quite puzzled. What do you mean? The Mortal Emperor replied, You'll understand in the future. Let's go. The Mortal Emperor vanished. Sky Maiden fell silent and followed the Mortal Emperor. In a spatial passageway in the 9th layer of space, Yang Yi was swinging his sword madly through space. he was fighting his way to the four-dimensional universe's border. In the beginning, it had been easy, but as he went further, Yang Yi noticed that it was growing difficult. Space wasn't just getting stronger, it was growing more powerful too. Moreover, it was an endless increase. It gradually started to become strenuous for Yang Yi. However, he was still persisting. Actually, if he used Heaven Executor, Past Life, and Great Unknown, he would be able to get to his destination with ease. But he didn't want to. He wanted to accomplish it with his own true strength. Even if he didn't have any divine treasures, he was still strong. Divine treasures could be used, but they couldn't be relied on. Once he relied on them, he would lose himself and even fall into a state of absolute reliance. His own strength was true strength. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy was still tinkering with Heaven Executor. Heaven Executor didn't have a sprite, so its strength had decreased tremendously. Thus, Snowy spent a lot of time tinkering with it every day as she hoped to create a new sprite for it as soon as possible so that Yang Yi could use it. Something worth mentioning was that the primal true dragon had attained the Destiny Realm while the others were almost there as well. Of course, even if they attained the Destiny Realm, Yang Yi wouldn't let them join his battles. His current opponents weren't existences that just any person or demon beast could fight. If he allowed them to join the battle, it would be no different than sending them to their deaths. The only one who could join the fight was Arya. Yang Yi was certain that once she regained consciousness, she would definitely be the most terrifying. Perhaps even he may not be a match for Arya. Arya was very dangerous. Outside the primordial pagoda. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted backward by over 100 kilometers. Several mouthfuls of blood sprayed from him as he flew. Bang! Bang! Yang Yi stomped both his feet down and forcibly stopped himself. Meanwhile, the spatial passageway closed rapidly. At the same time, a practically suffocating wave of pressure swept toward him. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly as he retreated repeatedly again. However, the pressure had no intention to stop and grew increasingly stronger. He couldn't retreat any longer. Yang Yi stopped and looked forward while his gaze gradually turned icy cold. He was very well aware that if he kept retreating, he would be back in the 9th layer of space. Forward! Yang Yi raised his sword above his head, and then he stomped his right foot down and charged forward while swinging his sword. Hiss! A sharp and ear-piercing swish resounded. Space was sliced open in Yang Yi's wake, and he quickly arrived before the energy. Boom! A moment of silence ensued, and then a rumbling explosion resounded. After that, a figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi's figure. Even he didn't know how far had flown. All he did know was that he was getting further and further from the border of the four-dimensional universe. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, he wasn't even able to suppress the discomfort in his heart before the space in front of him swept over once more. Crack! Yang Yi's entire body cracked open. Yang Yi forcibly gulped down the blood that had arrived in his throat, and then he leaped up and slammed his sword down. Boom! Yang Yi's hands and sword shook violently, and then his figure was blasted backward like a cannonball. Just like that, Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly. Around 6 hours later, a rift suddenly cracked open in the 9th layer of space, and then a figure crashed down into it. After that, a loud explosion resounded here. Yang Yi laid there motionlessly. Suddenly, a figure arrived by his side. It was Yin Yang Goddess. She shot a glance upward. The rift had already healed, and the world had calmed down once more. She looked down at Yang Yi's figure on the ground and shook her head. What a pitiful fellow! Meanwhile, Yang Yi's figure trembled, and he slowly crawled up from the ground. He glanced at Yin Yang Goddess and said, Oh, you're here too, Senior! She chuckled. What? You got bashed back down here? Yang Yi nodded. It wasn't embarrassing. If he lost, he lost. He wasn't someone who cared that much about saving face. Face? No, he was completely and utterly shameless. Chapter 27-23 Sprite Creation. Chapter 27-23 Sprite Creation. Ask Snowy to create one. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. If Snowy could create a sprite to take control of the 9th layer of space, it represented that the 9th layer of space would belong to him. If the experts of the End World wanted to go above the 9th layer of space from here, they would have to get his approval. It felt increasingly possible as he thought about it. Moreover, he had some other thoughts too. Meanwhile, Yin Goddess suddenly asked, "What kind of schemes are you planning now?" Yang Yi gazed at her, and she scanned Yang Yi and said, "Your smile was too sly just now. I'm certain you were planning something." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She added, "I should stay away from you." She had been tricked by him in the past. She knew he was full of tricks and schemes. Yang Yi's face darkened. What is she trying to say? Yang Yi ignored her and just continued recuperating. Yin Goddess didn't leave. She just stood there and kept sizing up Yang Yi. A short while later, shock appeared in her eyes because Yang Yi's injuries were rapidly healing at a terrifying rate. They were healing very, very quickly. Yin Goddess' face gradually grew solemn. Such a speed of recovery was too heaven-defying. It wasn't something an ordinary person should possess at all. Just like that, around 2 hours passed before Yang Yi's injuries had practically completely healed. Yang Yi stood up and cupped his fist to Yin Goddess. "Senior, I'll be leaving now." Yang Yi was about to leave when she suddenly asked, "You're going to try again?" Yang Yi nodded. She spoke solemnly. "You have the great unknown, so you can just break through directly." Yang Yi smiled. "I want to get there with my own ability." She glanced at him and said, "True. It is a good thing for you." She paused for a moment and continued, "Aren't the End World's experts coming for you?" Yang Yi replied, "I think they won't be coming for me, for now at least." She gave him a thumbs up and said, "Amazing! However, since we are acquaintances now, I should warn you not to underestimate the End World. Moreover, they won't give up." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you for the reminder." He cupped his fist again. "Farewell." He tapped his right foot down and shot up on his sword. A moment later, space was sliced open in the distance, and the ray of light entered it. Yin Goddess shot a glance in that direction and shook her head. "What a monster!" She turned around and left. Yang Yi entered the spatial passageway and tapped his finger forward. 5 swords shot out from the sword chest on his back, and they stopped the spatial energy not too far ahead of him. Yang Yi didn't go further, and just summoned Snowy instead. "Snowy!" Snowy blinked, hugged Yang Yi, and rubbed her head on him. Yang Yi smiled. "This world doesn't have a sprite, so can you create one?" "Create a sprite." Snowy blinked and didn't really understand what Yang Yi meant. Yang Yi had no choice but to explain for a long time. In the end, Snowy finally understood. She glanced at the surroundings, and then she shook her head. She couldn't do it because this place was too huge, and she didn't know how. Suddenly, a young girl appeared before them. "Little Sky." Snowy flew over to Little Sky, shouted, and rubbed her head gently against Little Sky's face. After she became the sprite of the world in the primordial pagoda, she very rarely showed herself. Because she had to ceaselessly perfect the world, and she was fond of it too. It was a world without war. Little Sky glanced at Yang Yi. "Let me try." Yang Yi decisively shook his head. "No." Little Sky frowned slightly. "Why?" "I can do it. I can become this world's sprite with Snowy's help." Yang Yi shook his head. "Little Sky, it's too dangerous to become this world's sprite. I don't want you to take that risk." Little Sky wanted to say more, but Yang Yi became serious. "Little Sky," I said no." She felt quite helpless. Yang Yi walked over to her and rubbed her head gently. "Just stay in the primordial pagoda. That is a world that truly belongs to you. I know you want to help me, but I don't want you to be in danger. Understand?" She nodded. "All right." Yang Yi smiled. "Go back inside." Little Sky glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly. "Be careful. She pinched Snowy's cheek and entered the primordial pagoda. Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings and felt quite helpless. His plan to create a sprite had probably gone down the drain. Suddenly, Snowy waved her paw. A short while later, Yan Yi was stunned. "You're saying that you can do it?" Snowy nodded and waved her paws swiftly. A short while later, Yan Yi understood what she meant. The 9th layer of space didn't have a sprite, but the space here still existed. Simply speaking, while she couldn't make the space here grow a new sprite, she could make the spirit energy of this world form a sprite. After that, merge the sprite with the space here. In that way, it would be equivalent to creating a sprite for this world. Yan Yi thought for a moment and said, "Will it work?" She blinked to display that they could give it a try. Yan Yi spoke seriously. "Will there be any problems?" She hurriedly shook her head. Yan Yi reconfirmed. "Really?" Snowy nodded again. Yan Yi asked again, "Are you really sure?" Snowy blinked as she wondered if she was really sure. Yan Yi felt utterly speechless. A short while later, Yan Yi decided to let Snowy try. Just like that, Yan Yi brought her to the 9th layer of space. Snowy took out her sprite staff and started waving it slowly. The spirit energy in the surroundings started to fluctuate, and then the space throughout the 9th layer of space started to tremble. A short while later, Yin Yang Goddess suddenly appeared before them. She glanced at Snowy and asked, "What are the two of you up to?" Yang Yi smiled. "She's playing." The corners of Yin Yang Goddess' mouth twitched. "Playing?" Yang Yi nodded and didn't explain further. Snowy waved the sprite staff, causing the entire 9th layer of space to tremble. Moreover, the spirit energy in the surroundings started to become unusual. It was gradually forming a storm of spirit energy. Yang Yi had quite a solemn expression on his face. He didn't dare to underestimate the storms of spirit energy, especially when they were under Snowy's control. They weren't just spirit energy, they were terrifying. Yin Yang Goddess' face gradually turned solemn, and she became absolutely vigilant, because she wasn't sure what the little fellow was up to. Just like that, Yang Yi and Yin Yang Goddess watched as countless storms of spirit energy converged around Snowy, and the space here shook violently. It seemed like something was invading it. Yin Yang Goddess couldn't help but ask, "What is she doing?" Yang Yi replied, "Playing." Yin Yang Goddess was at a loss for words. Suddenly, space warped around them, and then a powerful mincing force appeared. Yin Yang Goddess' expression changed, and she took a step back before pressing her palms out toward her sides. A moment later, the space around her started to be forcibly suppressed. Sword energy had appeared around Yang Yi too, and they started to suppress the space around him. At the same time, he had his attention on Snowy as he was worried that something would happen to her. Suddenly, Snowy gazed at him and waved her paw. She was saying that the space here was instinctively resisting. Yang Yi nodded. "Can you do anything about it?" "It's fine if you can't." Snowy thought for a moment, glanced at the surroundings, and then grunted. She started waving her paws rapidly. A moment later, small vortices appeared in the surrounding space. No, they were vortices of spirit energy. At this moment, the spirit energy here was madly devouring this expanse of space. Obviously, Snowy had chosen to use force. Yang Yi enveloped himself and Snowy with his domains as he didn't dare to be careless right now. Meanwhile, Yin Yang Goddess had started to move away from them. Her intuition told her that they were very dangerous right now, and it was best to stay away. Snowy was waving her paws faster and faster, and the spirit energy in the surroundings grew increasingly violent. Or it should be said that the spirit energy throughout the 9th layer of space had started to act against the space of this world. They had been coexisting in peace before, but it depended on the situation. Presently, Snowy was trying to merge them into one so the spirit energy of this world would become its sprite too. As for the 9th layer of space, it was actually just instinctively resisting. The spirit energy in the surroundings started to forcibly enter the space of this world, and coupled with Snowy's control, the space of this world was gradually suppressed. However, it was still resisting madly. Snowy frowned. She wondered why it was being so insensible. After all, she was acting in their interest. With the spirit energy entering the space here, this world would have a sprite, and it would gain new life. However, the space here was resisting that. Snowy suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and waved her paw. Great Unknown suddenly shot out of the primordial pagoda and arrived before her. Snowy grabbed Great Unknown and waved her paw swiftly. A moment later, strands of spirit energy entered it, and then Great Unknown shook violently and entered the space in front of Snowy. Crack! In an instant, the space in a huge area cracked open. Great Unknown was acting against it. Now, the space here backed down. A moment later, the space here gradually calmed down. Snowy suddenly waved the sprite staff. Bang! The entire 9th layer of space shook violently, and then the spirit energy in the surroundings vanished completely. Everything returned to normal. Yang Yi roared with laughter and said, "You must ceaselessly challenge yourself to improve yourself without end. Either live a peaceful life, or die in a fierce battle." Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of sword energy sliced through the sky. Yin Yang Goddess fell silent. In the beginning, she felt that Yang Yi had relied on fortuitous encounters, countless fortuitous encounters. Like the good sprite, Destiny's protection. But now it seemed like Yang Yi did have fortuitous encounters, but he wasn't ordinary either. Not to mention anything else, just his courage and the hard work he put in was sufficient to embarrass countless. Yang Yi shook his head and sighed within the spatial passageway. Actually, had been forced to push himself that hard. The strongest form of destiny disliked him and wanted to eliminate him, then the group from the end world was targeting him at all times. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to push himself. He would die otherwise. In life, a person sometimes didn't really want to be that hard-working, and it may be life that forced the person to do so. Yang Yi sped up in the spatial passageway. The space here couldn't obstruct him anymore. Of course, it was pointless to stop him because the space in the 9th layer of space wasn't difficult for him at all. Only the space at the border of the 4-dimensional universe could pose a threat to him. Only the space there was terrifying. A short while later, Yang Yi stopped. The space before him started to tremble violently, and then strands of spatial energy swept toward him like the tide. It was shocking. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly tightened his grip on the sword precursor. Actually, among all his swords, the sword precursor was definitely incapable of competing with the Great Unknown or Past Life, and it couldn't even compete with Crimson Sky and the 5-element sword. However, it was the sword that knew him the best, and it felt the best in his grasp. This sword had been with him for far too long. Holding this sword felt the most real, and when he held Past Life and Great Unknown, he was mostly just using their strength. The sword precursor trembled slightly in Yang Yi's grasp, and Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Focus and observe. He hadn't carefully studied the spatial energy here in the past, and had tried to break through it with brute force. However, had failed. So, he had to switch to a different tactic. A short while later, the energy arrived before Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes and raised his palm. A moment later, his sword stabbed forward before he pulled it down. Hiss! The energy instantly had a gap sliced open in it, but it slammed against him. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted backward repeatedly, and he only stopped after being pushed over 5 kilometers away. In the beginning, had been pushed almost 30 kilometers back, and had been blasted back in a sorry state. But this time, had only been pushed over 5 kilometers away. Moreover, he hadn't suffered very serious injuries. However, the energy still didn't vanish, and it even grew increasingly terrifying. Because there was incessant spatial energy sweeping over from there. It was boundless. Yang Yi didn't choose to go head-on against it this time, he retreated incessantly while staring forward. His body and legs were moving, but he wasn't breathing. He was focused on looking for a place to strike. If he wasn't relying on overwhelming strength, he had to find the spot to strike. It was like how an ordinary person chopped wood. If the person struck from the corner, it may be the person's arm that broke instead. However, if the person struck from the center, it was still possible for the person's arm to break, but of course, it may be the wood that was split. When absolute strength wasn't an option, the position of the strike was especially important. Meanwhile, Yan Yi was still retreating. Because he had nowhere to strike. As the spatial energy before him grew increasingly stronger, he noticed that the space there was too strong. Overwhelming strength. But it was the spatial energy that was doing it to him. Just like that, Yan Yi kept retreating, and it wasn't long before he noticed that he couldn't retreat anymore. Yan Yi stopped, tapped his right foot down, and then soared into the air. At the same time, two waves of energy appeared. The dual domains. With the help of the dual domains, the strength contained within Yan Yi's sword instantly rose explosively. The domains weren't external sources of strength, but he didn't want to use his trump cards right in the beginning. He wanted to learn the extent of his strength and his own limits. Now, he had to use the domains. Yan Yi leaped up with his sword in both hands and slashed down. Since he couldn't retreat, then his choice was to give it his all. An ear-piercing sound of something being sliced open resounded, but Yan Yi's attack was forcibly stopped halfway. Meanwhile, countless strands of sword intent and sword energy surged out from him. The sword domain sphere. Hiss! 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 The energy was ceaselessly destroyed and obliterated before Yan Yi, but it only took a moment for an endless stream of it to surge over from behind. Just like that, they remained in a stalemate for dozens of breaths of time. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Yan Yi was blasted away. A moment later, he returned to the 9th layer of space. He was back. He crashed to the ground and slammed open a huge hole there. A long time passed before he crawled up slowly, and as soon as he did that, he fell flat on the ground again. It felt like he'd been using the 36 yin-yang techniques for multiple days without stop. He was utterly exhausted and weak. Yan Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and started recuperating. Just like that, 2 hours passed before a ray of sword energy shot up into that boundless expanse of space. But it didn't take long for Yan Yi to return to the 9th layer of space again. He was still in a very embarrassing state. A month later. Bang! Yan Yi crashed to the ground again, but he stood back up swiftly, and then a ray of light vanished into the boundless expanse of space once more. In the spatial passageway, Yan Yi walked slowly with his sword in hand. In the beginning, he was walking, but he gradually started to run while holding tightly to the hilt of his sheathed sword. Yan Yi grew faster and faster. In the end, his speed was able to crack the space in his wake. Moreover, as his speed increased incessantly, his body started to tremble. However, he was still speeding up. He was growing faster and faster, and he even used sword energy and sword intent to speed himself up. It didn't take long for him to arrive at his limits. However, he was still speeding up with everything he had. Crack! At this moment, the space around him cracked open like a spiderweb, and the cracks were spreading rapidly. A short while later, Yan Yi arrived at the border of the 4-dimensional space, and countless strands of powerful spatial energy appeared once more and surged madly at him. Yan Yi stared at the simply suffocating strands of spatial energy, and the distance between them grew closer and closer. However, his speed was still rising madly. 300 m, 150 m, 30 m, 1 m. Finally, Yan Yi drew his sword and slashed. Hiss! The energy was forcibly sliced open, and Yan Yi's figure didn't slow down at all. He was still swinging his sword madly as he charged forward, Heaven Rend combined with the madness sword technique. Moreover, it was the explosive style of Heaven Rend combined with the madness sword technique. Finally, after a long time, Yan Yi's sword hit nothing. He was in an expanse of outer space. However, a pair of eyes soundlessly appeared above him. Chapter 27-25 Come over here. Chapter 27-25 Come over here. Yang Yi seemed like he was facing a formidable enemy. He couldn't bother about the discomfort he felt and hurriedly hid within the primordial pagoda, and then he sealed it and used the sword domain to conceal the primordial pagoda. Fight? That was definitely impossible right now. He wasn't in a good condition at all, so he would definitely be courting death if he fought back. Not to mention his current state, he wasn't a match for the eyes even if he were at his peak. Those eyes belonged to an existence that even the woman in black feared. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi seemed like he was facing a formidable enemy, and he held his sword tight and was ready to fight with his life on the line at any moment. Outside the primordial pagoda, the eyes swept the area, and then it stopped where Yang Yi's primordial pagoda was. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression instantly changed. Yang Yi stopped hoping for a miracle and returned outside. Meanwhile, the eyes immediately locked onto him, and then the space around him rippled violently like waves. Yang Yi hurriedly raised his hands. "I surrender!" The space around him paused for a moment, and at the same time, Yang Yi withdrew Great Unknown and vanished on the spot. The eyes were stunned, but it reacted just a moment later, and then the space where Yang Yi vanished cracked open while a wave of powerful energy slammed down along the rift. A figure was shooting madly through the rift. It was Yang Yi, of course. If he were at his peak, he may have chosen to fight, but he had no chance in his current state. It was best to run first. He didn't try to flee to the four-dimensional universe and turn back to the three-dimensional universe. He was bound to die if he went to the four-dimensional universe because he was already on the verge of collapse and couldn't last much longer, so had gone back. But had just got here. Yang Yi felt so aggrieved. Yang Yi fled madly while the energy was still ceaselessly chasing after him. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to enter a spatial rift, and the energy behind him suddenly stopped. Moreover, it even started retreating rapidly. Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to pay any further attention to the eyes right now. The ninth layer of space. As soon as he arrived here, Yang Yi fell flat on the ground. His body had cracked open like a spiderweb. While had gotten through, had paid a terrible price. His body had been torn open. Moreover, he hadn't expected to encounter those eyes as soon as he arrived at the border of the four-dimensional universe. So, he had no choice but to endure the pain he experienced and run back here. It was absolutely aggrieving. That was what Yang Yi felt right now. Had worked hard for an entire month, and even had his body torn open just to get there, but in just a breath of time, had done everything he could to get back here. What a joke! Yang Yi took a deep breath and slowly crawled up from the ground while using his sword to support his body. Recuperate. He had to heal up first. If the end world were to come now, he would be in huge trouble. Suddenly, Yin-Yang Goddess appeared before him. He was about to speak when she frowned. "Have you gone mad?" Yang Yi remained silent. She spoke solemnly. "I should warn you that I sensed people coming up from below, and it should be the experts of the end world." Yang Yi's face stiffened. "Is my luck that bad?" Yin-Yang Goddess spoke solemnly. "What are you still doing here?" Yang Yi hurriedly stood up and fled. He would really die if he didn't flee right now. Such horrible luck. Just a short while after Yang Yi left, a few figures appeared in this expanse of space. It was First God, Emperor Li, Swimu, and the Sky Saber. All four of them just happened to see Yang Yi shoot off on his sword. First God frowned from the sight of this. When did he become so cowardly? A moment later, First God looked down at the spot where Yang Yi had been a short while ago. There was a huge hole there and a pool of blood. They exchanged glances, and then First God looked up and said, "He entered the four-dimensional universe and was injured," Swimu suddenly said. "Chase him down!" They vanished on the spot. They weren't here for Yang Yi, but how could they let Yang Yi go when he was seriously injured? They had to chase after him. It was a very rare opportunity, and it was the best time to eliminate Yang Yi. After all, with their joint forces, they had a very good chance to kill Yang Yi. They clearly refused to let such an opportunity slip by. Yin Yang Goddess glanced at them and shook her head slightly. She knew Yang Yi was in trouble. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was dashing madly, and his face turned unsightly when he noticed them chasing after him. His luck was absolutely horrible. Not to mention 4 of them, he couldn't even fight one of them in his current state. After all of them weren't weak, so even if he wasn't injured, he wouldn't dare to say that he could take them one-on-one. Not to mention that he was severely injured, and all 4 of them were after him. Yan Ye's heart was filled with bitterness. While Head fled first, they were gradually closing in on Yang Yi. Emperor Li stared at the ray of light ahead of them. His aura is very weak, and there's a strong smell of blood coming from him. He should be severely injured, so we must close the distance fast and not give him a chance to heal. Otherwise, once he has fully healed, killing him will probably become quite difficult. The others nodded. Yang Yi didn't have any help now, and even if Nanjing helped him, they still had the upper hand. Yang Yi shot forward on his sword and sped up to his limits. He was in a very awkward situation right now. Because he couldn't stop. If he did, the 4 behind him would catch up and besiege him. But if he didn't stop, he had to continue speeding up. However, his body wasn't able to endure it for much longer. If he continued speeding up, he would die before they even attacked him. It could be said that he was facing a dilemma. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in his mind. "You'll stop them!" It was in Nanjing. Once she said that, she was about to emerge from the pagoda, but Yang Yi stopped her. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "How will you fight all of them on your own?" She wanted to say something, but Yang Yi shook his head again. "You'll find a way. My decision is final." Yang Yi sped up once more. Suddenly, Snowy appeared on his shoulder. Yang Yi frowned slightly at the sight of Snowy. "It's very dangerous out here. It's not the time to play, so head back and right now." Snowy blinked, withdrew the sprite staff, and then waved it rapidly. A moment later, Yang Yi noticed countless strands of spirit energy converging toward him, and his speed actually increased. Yang Yi was quite stunned. Meanwhile, Snowy sat on his shoulder, and then countless strands of primordial violet energy, Polaris energy, and past life profound energy enveloped him. Yang Yi's injuries started healing countless times faster. Healing while moving! Yang Yi was stunned, and then he gazed at Snowy. Snowy cracked a smile in response. Yang Yi rubbed his head against Snowy. "I'm so lucky to have you." Snowy was his lucky star. Yang Yi shot a glance behind himself and smiled coldly. "Come on. Chase me." He sped up once more. He wasn't afraid of tearing his body open anymore because his speed of recovery was much faster than the damage he inflicted to his body. It would take an hour at most for him to be fully healed. At that time, he would turn around and take them by surprise. Meanwhile, Emperor Li frowned, and First God asked, "What is it?" Emperor Li spoke solemnly. "Something feels off." First God asked, "What do you mean?" Emperor Li glanced at the surroundings. The spirit energy here is converging toward him. They are helping him. First God spoke solemnly. "It must be the good sprite's doing." He glanced at Emperor Li and continued. "Should we continue pursuing him? To pursue him or not to?" Emperor Li practically gave it zero thought and said, "Of course we must pursue him. If we miss this opportunity, it'll be difficult to kill him in the future. However, we must be careful. He has numerous super divine treasures, the good sprite, and the evil beast that hasn't shown itself until now. Besides that, he has that woman with the spear. With all of these uncertain elements present, we can't afford to be even slightly careless." First God nodded. Head had a few collisions with Yang Yi now, so he knew a little about Yang Yi. Yang Yi was no ordinary sword cultivator. He had many tricks up his sleeve and was extremely shameless at times. He didn't act like a sword cultivator at all. Of course, Yang Yi was extremely formidable, and he couldn't deny that. In short, they couldn't be careless, or it may result in their death. Meanwhile, Emperor Li added, "Speed up. The faster we catch up, the better our chances at killing him would be. Don't give him time to catch his breath." He clenched his fists and slammed them backward. Boom! Emperor Li relied on the counterforce to instantly speed up. First God and the others used their own methods to speed up as well. Just like that, the gap between them was gradually reducing. Around an hour later, Yan Yi suddenly stopped. At the instant Yan Yi did that, Emperor Li and the others actually didn't attack immediately and stopped as well. They maintained a certain amount of distance between themselves and Yan Yi while looking vigilantly at him. Yan Yi glanced at them and said, "Come over here." Chapter 27-26 Fight. Chapter 27-26 Fight. Come over here. Emperor Li and the others' expressions turned extremely unsightly. Go over there? What was that fellow up to? Emperor Li and the others didn't go forward, and they became quite vigilant instead. Yan Yi glanced at them and asked, "You're not coming?" Emperor Li's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yan Yi, are you trying to scare us?" Yan Yi shook his head. "Why would I? All of you are wise old geezers, so how could I possibly be able to scare all of you?" He paused for a moment and continued, "I have a question, why isn't Hung Wandu with you?" Emperor Li and the others exchanged glances, and then they suddenly charged at Yan Yi. Yan Yi was delaying. Obviously, they noticed that Yan Yi was buying time. Since Yan Yi was doing that, it represented that he was definitely seriously injured and not at his prime. So, they naturally had to attack him with everything they had. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw them attack, and then a sword appeared in his grasp. A sword that was different than before. Past life, great unknown, and heaven executor. All three swords had been merged into one. Yan Yi twisted his body sideways and swung an angled slash. Emperor Li was leading the charge, and his expression changed drastically. He crossed his arms before himself and howled with fury while a strand of powerful energy rippled out of his arms. Hiss! However, along with a swish, the energy was instantly sliced into bits. After that, Yan Yi's sword descended and struck the center of Emperor Li's crossed arms. Bam! A figure was instantly blasted around 3 kilometers away. It was Emperor Li. Meanwhile, as soon as Yan Yi swung his sword, a wave of terrifying energy instantly slammed down at Yan Yi. At practically the exact same moment, a hair-thin strand of saber energy slashed down at his head. It was absolutely fast. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stabbed his sword to the right. It instantly stopped the saber energy while First God's energy slammed against him. Bang! Yan Yi was pushed 3 kilometers away, and he tore open the space beneath his feet as his figure moved backward. Suddenly, a figure appeared above him. It was the Sky Saber. A moment later, a saber emanated a dazzling glow as it slashed down at him. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step back, and the saber just scraped by his nose. It was just a few millimeters away from touching him. While it had missed, the powerful saber energy contained within the saber blasted Yan Yi's face open. However, Yan Yi suddenly slashed upward at the moment the saber descended before him. Sky Saber's expression changed drastically, but his reaction was extremely fast. He moved sideways and dodged Yan Yi's lethal attack as well. But right at this moment, Yan Yi suddenly raised his knee and slammed it against Sky Saber's waist. Bam! Sky Saber was blasted away. But right at the instant Sky Saber was blasted away, the First God suddenly appeared above Yan Yi and stomped down. Bang! Yan Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. At the same time, blood kept seeping out of the corner of his mouth while his right arm started trembling violently. As soon as he stopped himself, Yan Yi's face changed drastically, and he swung an angled chop with his sword. A ray of saber energy had arrived before him. Bam! A strand of dazzling sword energy and saber energy exploded apart, and Yan Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. Meanwhile, First God had arrived above Yan Yi. He was about to attack again, but a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was a Nanjing. And Nanjing tapped her right foot down and shot forward. First God didn't dare act carelessly. He gave up on attacking Yang Yi and faced in Nanjing instead. Had witnessed in Nanjing's strength in the past, and she wasn't any inferior to Yang Yi. So, he didn't dare act carelessly at all. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was fighting Emperor Li, Sky Saber, and Zhuemu on his own. 1 against 3. Yang Yi stood there with his sword in hand while a black sword chest suddenly appeared behind him. Zhuemu slowly sheathed his saber, and then he entered into a strange state. It was like he had been separated from this world. Meanwhile, Sky Saber gradually soared up while a wave of terrifying energy converged toward him. A ray of dazzling saber energy appeared on his saber, and it was brighter than the sun. 2 unparalleled saber cultivators. As for Emperor Li, he slowly clenched his fists. At the instant they were fully clenched, the space here in the 9th layer of space couldn't endure the energy they contained and instantly cracked open. Suddenly, a strand of divine sense descended upon Emperor Li. Emperor Li's eyes narrowed slightly and turned toward its source. A figure had suddenly appeared there. It was Yin Yang Goddess. Yin Yang Goddess spoke coldly. "Bastard! Let's get even for that slap you gave me the other day." When Emperor Li had gone after Yang Yi that day, had encountered Yin Yang Goddess in the 9th layer of space. Yin Yang Goddess had suffered a small loss that day, and it was obvious that she still held a grudge for that. Emperor Li laughed coldly. "Then I'll kill you first." He charged at Yin Yang Goddess. Yin Yang Goddess laughed coldly and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Suddenly, Snowy appeared on his shoulder. She was just about to say something, but Yang Yi grabbed her and tossed her into the primordial pagoda. On the ascension platform, Snowy looked up with worry all over her face. Outside the primordial pagoda, Zhuemu suddenly leaped up swiftly. He tapped his right foot against space and ripples instantly swept through the space beneath him. A moment later, he drew his saber and swung a vertical slash at Yang Yi from afar. A cross-shaped beam of saber energy suddenly appeared in the space around Yang Yi. It obliterated everything before it. At the same time, Sky Saber suddenly started spinning rapidly, and then strands of saber energy rained down upon Yang Yi like a meteor shower. At this moment, the entire area was covered in saber energy. Boundless saber energy! Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes. Yang Yi shot backward while the sword domain and slaughter domain appeared around him. Even the dual domains couldn't stop the cross-shaped saber energy, and it was still madly devouring the space before him. At this moment, his sword energy and sword intent were completely devoured, and even with the sword domain and slaughter domain, it still couldn't be stopped. The cross-shaped saber energy just refused to let him go, and kept chasing after him. Besides that, countless rays of saber energy were descending behind it. Finally, Yang Yi stopped. A sword howl resounded. A moment later, he turned blood red, and a wave of monstrous slaughter intent and hatred appeared here. The demonic sword Dao. As soon as Yang Yi entered this state, his sword intent and slaughter intent strength rose explosively and forcibly stopped the cross-shaped saber energy. Meanwhile, he swung his sword rapidly with a single hand. Hiss! Hiss! The cross-shaped saber energy was instantly sliced into bits and was obliterated. However, Zhuemu suddenly appeared before him and swung his saber repeatedly as well. Meanwhile, 5 swords shot up into the air from behind Yang Yi, and they transformed into rays of light that slashed at the storm of saber energy Sky Saber had created. The energy of the 5 elements emanated by the 5 swords forcibly stopped the storm of saber energy. Moreover, the energy of the 5 elements they emanated affected the world around them, and it didn't take long for the space in a huge area to start turning ethereal. But the battle was still going on. Yang Yi and Zhuemu were still exchanging blows like madmen. They were just exchanging blows, and they were completely evenly matched. Meanwhile, Nanjing was forcibly keeping First God busy. While she couldn't defeat him, he couldn't do anything to her either. As for the battle between Yin Yang Goddess and Emperor Li, while she was at a disadvantage, she was keeping him busy too. Otherwise, if Emperor Li joined forces with the others, Yang Yi would have no chance to win. Bam! Suddenly, 2 figures split apart, and then Yan Yi and Zhuemu were instantly over 10 kilometers away from each other. Yan Yi's entire body was blood red, and his sword was trembling violently. Meanwhile, Zhuemu's entire body was covered by sword energy. While they were only flesh wounds, it was still extremely terrifying, because there were at least 100 injuries on him. After Yang Yi used the sword Dao of Hatred, Zhuemu noticed that he actually felt a little powerless before Yang Yi. Bang! Suddenly, explosions resounded above. Yang Yi looked up and saw the 5-element swords being blasted away by Sky Saber. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then the swords transformed into rays of light that returned to the sword chest on his back. Meanwhile, Zhuemu suddenly dashed toward him. Zhuemu's saber left its sheath. Yang Yi remained composed. He swung an angled slash at Zhuemu and collided with that attack in the most violent manner. It was extremely violent. Bang! They immediately split apart by over 3 kilometers in distance. Yan Yi's right hand was shaking, and blood was ceaselessly seeping out of his shoulder. Meanwhile, Zhuemu's saber was covered in cracks. It had cracked open. Zhuemu stroked his saber gently in silence. In the end, his saber failed to resist the 3 swords of destiny that had been merged into one. After all, his saber wasn't an ordinary saber. Zhuemu sheathed it slowly and put it on his back. After that, he gazed at Sky Saber, and they nodded at each other. A moment later, they shot at Yang Yi. They didn't choose to fight Yang Yi one-on-one. It wasn't that they were definitely incapable of defeating him in single combat, it was that they had to kill Yang Yi. They were here to kill, not to spar. Moreover, even Zhuemu wasn't confident in being able to defeat Yang Yi in single combat right now. Yang Yi remained calm when he saw them charge at him. However, the sword intent around him was extremely violent. His current sword Dao was one at an extreme, and his sword intent and slaughter intent were at extremes as well. Zhuemu was the first to arrive. While he didn't have his saber anymore, he was still a matchless saber cultivator. He was still a saber cultivator even without a saber. Zhuemu used his hand as a saber, and an ethereal saber condensed into form around his arm. He was just about to raise his arm and slash at Yang Yi when the 5-element swords on Yang Yi's back appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. A moment later they merged into one. Obviously they had done so under Snowy's instructions. Zhuemu and Sky Saber immediately stopped and retreated by around 1 kilometer. The 5 swords had merged into one. Yang Yi's expression changed as well. Because he noticed that he couldn't control the energy of the 5 elements the sword emanated upon merging into one. Just controlling the merged sword of destiny was quite strenuous for him, and it was even when all 3 swords were cooperating with him. Yet now, he had these 5 swords that had merged into one, so it was utterly too much for him. Zhuemu suddenly said, "Retreat." First God pushed Nanjing back, and then he immediately retreated to Zhuemu and Sky Saber's side. At the same time, Emperor Li returned to their side too. Emperor Li spoke ferociously. "Why do you want to retreat? You go deal with that fellow, I'll deal with him." Once he finished speaking, he charged at Yang Yi. Chapter 27 What can't we accomplish when we're together? Chapter 27 What can't we accomplish when we're together? Emperor Li immediately attacked. Zhuemu wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Yang Yi held the merged 5-element sword in his left hand and Destiny's sword in his right hand. He gazed coldly at Emperor Li's approaching figure. Emperor Li's aura was rising rapidly as he charged at Yang Yi, and his body was like a moving volcano that was erupting. His aura simply seemed like it could obliterate the world. It didn't take long for Emperor Li to arrive before Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi leaped up and swung both his swords. Hiss! Hiss! Space was instantly sliced open. Space was weak like paper before his swords. It simply couldn't resist them at all. Meanwhile, Emperor Li had noticed the terrifying energy contained within Yang Yi's swords. But he had already committed to the attack and couldn't stop now. He would die if he tried to stop right now. Emperor Li chose to risk his life. Yi clenched his fists, and countless arcs of lightning actually appeared on his fists. It wasn't just his fists, his entire body was covered by countless arcs of lightning. Emperor Li was like a ball of lightning right now. A short while later, they slammed against each other in the most violent manner. In an instant, the world shook around them. Boom! Two figures were instantly blasted away, and they flew over 30 kilometers before finally stopping themselves. Swish! Countless bolts of lightning and sword energy shot violently through the surroundings. As soon as he stopped himself, countless fragments fell from Yang Yi. It was the armor. At the critical moment, Yang Yi had used the armor once more, and it had forcibly stopped most of Emperor Li's attack. However, it had been too strong, so the armor had failed to endure it all and collapsed. However, Yang Yi merely suffered a portion of the impact as a result of that. The fragments hadn't even touched the ground when a gust of spirit energy surged by, and then they entered the primordial pagoda. On the ascension platform, Snowy waved her paw, and those fragments descended before her. She glanced at them, and then struck them with the sprite staff. Meanwhile, more and more spirit energy converged from all over. Snowy seemed to have thought of something at this point, and vanished on the spot. A moment later, she was where Arya was. Arya was still absorbing the fragment of her inner core, but her aura wasn't that violent anymore. It was very calm and still. Snowy glanced at Arya, sneaked over behind her, and then gazed at her tail. Her tail was covered in countless dark gold scales. Snowy touched them gently, and then she gently pulled on one of them. Suddenly, Arya opened her eyes, glanced at Snowy, and felt slightly speechless. "Snowy, what are you doing?" Snowy looked up at her, cracked a smile, and then waved her paws swiftly. She was saying that Yan Yi's armor was too fragile, and Yan Yi was in great danger if it remained so weak. Arya clearly understood Snowy. She fell silent for a long time, and then she glanced at her tail. She waved her hand lightly, and then 5 small dark gold scales flew over to Snowy. Snowy took the scales and left. Arya looked up at the sky while worry appeared in her eyes, but her gaze gradually turned icy cold again. A short while later, she seemed slightly lost. After absorbing 2 fragments of her original inner core, fragments of memories from her past had appeared in her mind. A short while later, Arya moved her gaze away. "Big brother Yang, Snowy, loved ones, loved ones, loved ones," she muttered softly, and closed her eyes slowly. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yan Yi looked up at Emperor Li. At this moment, Emperor Li was covered in countless injuries. All of them had been caused by his sword energy. As for Yang Yi, while had been injured, because of the armor, these injuries could be overlooked at his speed of recovery. Simply speaking, Emperor Li had suffered a loss in this collision. At this moment, Emperor Li had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He hadn't expected Yan Yi to become so terrifying with those 2 swords, and he hadn't expected Yan Yi to be wearing armor. Whoever said that treasures were useless? When 2 people were almost equally matched, treasures were extremely useful. Meanwhile, Zhuemu suddenly said, "Retreat!" He turned around and left once he said that. If it was just Yan Yi here, he would absolutely not leave. But Yan Yi wasn't alone. He had a Nanjing and Yin Yang goddess. While it was 4 against 3, they actually didn't have a very good chance. Yan Yi had too many extraordinary divine treasures. It was an impossible fight. First God glanced at Yan Yi and in Nanjing, and then he left. Sky Saber turned around and followed First God. As for Emperor Li, he seemed hesitant. It was the first time had suffered such a loss since he made a name for himself. Actually, he wanted to go all out and put his life on the line. However, when he saw Zhuemu and the others leave, he knew that he couldn't do that. If he didn't have Zhuemu and the others to keep in Nanjing and Yin Yang goddess busy, he would be giving his life away if he still insisted on fighting. Emperor Li stared at Yang Yi. "Remember that you don't have that armor anymore. You're dead next time we meet." He turned around and left once he finished that threat. Yang Yi didn't give chase. He similarly couldn't do anything to their group. It was pointless to give chase. Conversely, if Hung Wangu and the other Destiny Realm experts of the End World were to appear, he would be in huge trouble. Once they left, Yang Yi gazed at Yin Yang Goddess. "Thank you, Senior," she replied indifferently. "I just wanted revenge. I wasn't helping you." Yang Yi smiled. "No matter what, I will remember the help you gave me today." Yin Yang Goddess glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I advise you to go look for Qi Bitian, Tian Xiu, or the other forms of destiny. I don't know what the End World promised Emperor Li to make him willingly fight for them, but I do know that this whole thing isn't that simple. Moreover, the End World clearly plans on going against destiny. To be frank, if they didn't have some shocking trump card, Emperor Li and Hung Wangu would never dare to do that." Yang Yi nodded. "I know," she said. "You're not a good person, and you're full of tricks. Moreover, you have Qi Bitian and those few forms of destiny on your side, so you seem to have the advantage." Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "The advantage? Advantage my ass! The world thought that destiny was on his side, and they were on his side. The woman in white and the woman in black were on his side, but the two strongest forms of destiny were not on his side. It was slightly better when it came to Tuesday. Because while she didn't like him, she didn't have any intention to kill him, but the strongest form of destiny wanted to kill him. When compared to the strongest form of destiny, the experts of the End World really weren't that terrifying." Meanwhile, Yin Yang Goddess said, "I have other business to attend to. Farewell." She turned around and walked away. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Senior, please wait a moment." Yin Yang Goddess turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, and he said, "Senior, I'm afraid the End World won't let you live for helping me just now. If they act against you, please contact me at any time." She replied indifferently, "Why would I? Doing that will probably make me die faster. They will definitely send everyone they have when you're there, but if I'm all alone, they will definitely not pay that much attention to me. So, it'll be very safe if you stay away from me." She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Needless to say, what she said did make quite a bit of sense. If she was with him, the End World would definitely pay extra attention to her. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Nanjing. "Are you all right?" She shook her head. She hadn't been injured in the battle just now. Yang Yi spoke softly. "I was too careless. I thought the End World would restrain themselves a little after the last incident, but I never expected them to come so quickly. However, it seems like they weren't here for me. Obviously, they have other objectives. Are they going to look for more help?" Yang Yi's face turned extremely gloomy when he thought of that. Since the very beginning, the End World had been constantly finding more and more old geezers, and all of them actually targeted him for some reason. Especially Emperor Li. That fellow was a proud and powerful expert, so Yang Yi could only wonder what the End World did to make him willingly work for them. He couldn't figure it out, and he knew that after what happened that day, the End World would definitely grow even more careful. If they come for him again, they would be absolutely confident in their ability to crush him. So, he couldn't just stay where he was. He had to become even stronger before they came for him. He had to be a step or at least half a step ahead of the End World. Staying on the spot would result in death. Meanwhile, Nanjing walked over to his side and spoke softly. "Don't think too much about it. What haven't we experienced throughout our journey here? And what can't we accomplish when we're together?" Yang Yi roared with laughter that surged through the surroundings. Nanjing just stood by his side and gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi and her were the most monstrous geniuses of this era, but for the sake of Yang Yi, she was willing to hide away from the limelight and stay with him. If he didn't have Yang Yi, she would become the second unfettered one. An expert who pursued the limits of the martial Dao. But once she had Yang Yi, the martial Dao was secondary to her. All of this came from that moment on Profounder Continent, when Yang Yi protected her with his life from the arrows at the city gates. A short while later, Yang Yi and Nanjing returned to the Primordial Pagoda. As soon as he arrived there, Snowy appeared before him with her paws behind her back. She gazed at Yang Yi with a wide smile on her chubby little face. Yang Yi smiled. Let me see it. Snowy blinked and raised her paws. A moment later, an armor appeared before Yang Yi. A brand new armor. Chapter 27-28 Explosive Madness Sword Technique. Chapter 27-28 Explosive Madness Sword Technique. Snowy raised it to Yang Yi like she was presenting him a treasure. Yang Yi sized it up carefully. It had actually turned dark gold. There was faint dark golden light around the entire armor. Yang Yi couldn't help but touch it, and it felt quite cold. Snowy waved her paws swiftly. Yang Yi was stunned. You added Aria's scales in it? Snowy hurriedly nodded. Actually, she wanted more, but she noticed that Aria hadn't grown many, so she'd just asked for a few small scales. Aria's scales. Yang Yi and Nanjing exchanged glances, and they were quite surprised. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and withdrew Great Unknown, and then he used some force with it. Clang! A clear and loud clang resounded. Sparks sprayed from the armor while a faint mark appeared on it, but it only took a moment for the mark to disappear. Yang Yi's expression finally changed at the sight of this. It was absolutely terrifying. After all, Yang Yi was holding Great Unknown. Yang Yi raised the armor and scanned it carefully. It was very light, but it felt extremely solid. It was very strong. Meanwhile, Nanjing said, Aria's defenses are very strong. Very strong. Shed fought Aria in the past, and Aria defenses were truly too insane. In the past, Shed felt Yang Yi's physical defenses were really good, but after she experienced Aria's, she realized that Yang Yi's was simply trash. Now, Snowy had used Aria's scales to upgrade the armor, so to a certain extent, it had undergone a qualitative transformation. However, it wasn't important. The important part was Aria. Aria's scales were already so terrifying, so how terrifying were her own defenses? Could Destiny's swords even slice through her defense? Yang Yi wasn't certain at all. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and wore the armor. A moment later, it merged into his body, and it automatically appeared with a single command in his heart. It was a life-saving trump card to him. If it hadn't been for this armor, he would have been severely injured in the battle with Emperor Li. At that time, Zhuemu and the others would definitely fight them to the death. It could be said that the armor had really helped. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head gently and spoke softly. Little fellow, it must have been exhausting for you lately. Snowy blinked, flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder, wrapped her paws around his neck, and just rested her head against him. She didn't know much, but she knew that Yang Yi was in extreme danger every day. So, the little fellow was trying her best to help him. Now, she wasn't the good sprite of the world, nor did she want to be the good sprite, she just wanted a life without worry, just like this. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and gazed at Nanjing. You know, no matter how tired I am, or how terrible my situation is, I feel everything is worth it when I think of all of you. She just gazed at him in silence. Chapter 27-29 Just Do It. Chapter 27-29 Just Do It. The ninth layer of space. Yang Yi charged incessantly toward the four-dimensional universe, and he would return whenever he was almost there. Just like that, he did it over and over again, and he grew slightly stronger every single time. Time passed rapidly, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yang Yi charged toward the border of the four-dimensional universe on many occasions. Now, his explosive version of the Madness Sword technique had undergone a qualitative transformation. In the spatial passageway, an explosion resounded, and Yang Yi retreated to the ninth layer of space. Yang Yi closed his eyes on the spot. He seemed like a monk in meditation, and his aura was completely restrained. A long time passed before he opened his eyes and walked off into the distance. This time, he didn't speed up and just walked over. A short while later, Yang Yi arrived near the border, and the terrifying spatial energy of the four-dimensional universe appeared in waves within the spatial passageway. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still did nothing. The energy got closer and closer, and increasingly stronger too. However, Yang Yi still didn't speed up or attack. Finally, the energy was just 1 m away from him. Suddenly, he looked up and stomped his right foot down. Bang! The space beneath his foot was instantly obliterated, and he vanished on the spot. A ray of sword energy slashed forward. It was so fast and strong that it was countless times superior than before. Most importantly, Yang Yi didn't run to increase his speed, had done so in an instant. Slash! Yang Yi shouted with fury, and then everything before him was slashed into bits, but he didn't stop and swung his sword swiftly. The first attack was the explosive Heaven Rend, and now he was using the explosive Madness sword technique. Hiss! The space before him exploded inch by inch, and it didn't take long for it to vanish completely. At this moment, he wasn't in the spatial passageway, he was in an expanse of outer space. A boundless starry sky had emerged from the spatial passageway. Yang Yi looked back, and he saw the spatial rift gradually closing. He didn't head back this time, because had completed his training. Yang Yi glanced at his body, and it had still been cracked open. However, based on his recuperation, it was nothing and would heal in a short while. Yang Yi shot a glance into the starry sky above. It was covered in stars and was simply boundless. Where were Qi Bitian and Tian Xiu? Yang Yi frowned. Where would he go searching for them in this boundless place? Suddenly, the space above him shook, and then a strand of powerful pressure converged there. Obviously, the eyes were about to appear again. Yang Yi clenched his fist slowly. A moment later, he turned around and fled. He fled extremely swiftly to the point had vanished into the distance in the blink of an eye. Even though his strength had improved tremendously, he hadn't allowed himself to get overconfident and think that he was unmatched. Moreover, he was mainly here to search for Qi Bitian and Tian Xiu, not to fight. However, the eyes didn't let him go. Yang Yi suddenly stopped far away. It was because the eyes had suddenly appeared above him, and the space before him had started to warp. Yang Yi looked up at the eyes, and he saw them looking at him. Yang Yi clenched his sword sheath tightly in his left hand. I'm here to look for someone, not cause trouble. So give me some face, all right? Swish! A huge, dark black palm descended from the sky above Yang Yi. The powerful pressure it emanated as it descended caused the space around Yang Yi to sink down repeatedly. Yang Yi's face turned solemn. The owner of that pair of eyes was truly formidable. Even now, it still felt dangerous to him. Extremely dangerous. This time, Yang Yi didn't choose to flee. If it was possible, he naturally didn't want to cause trouble, but since it was unavoidable, he chose to fight. Yang Yi looked up and stomped his right foot down. Boom! The space beneath his feet collapsed and formed a deep abyss. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's figure shot up into the air, and he slashed his sword at the palm. A ray of light shot through the center of the huge palm. An instant later, the huge palm cracked open while the ray of sword energy didn't slow down as it charged at the eyes. The eyes gazed at Yang Yi from above, and it had only indifference. It was like an elephant gazing at an ant. Suddenly, the black sword chest on Yang Yi's back shook, and then 5 swords shot up into the air. They lined up in a row, and then the energy of the 5 elements here converged abruptly. Yang Yi grinned, and his figure rapidly spun backward. The energy of the 5 elements behind Yang Yi suddenly exploded. In an instant, the entire area shook and rippled violently, and the eyes were instantly enveloped by the explosions. As for Yang Yi, had fled. Had fled very swiftly. In just an instant, had vanished far into the distance. Yang Yi shot through the starry sky on his sword while the 5 element swords followed closely behind him. He shot a glance backward, and his expression changed drastically. It was because the space behind him had cracked open, and then a black beam of light surged out from there. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't dare act carefully, and hurriedly stopped. After that, he issued a command in his heart. The 5-element swords that had entered the sword chest a moment ago suddenly shot out once more, and they slashed at the beam of light. However, they hadn't even been able to get close to it before the powerful energy it emanated pushed them back repeatedly. They were pushed all the way behind Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi felt the pressure too. And Nanjing suddenly appeared by Yang Yi's side, and then they vanished on the spot. A spear and a sword suddenly stabbed at the top of the beam, but the beam didn't vanish. Conversely, they were slammed backward repeatedly. After being pushed around 3 kilometers back, Yang Yi and Nanjing stomped their right feet down and stopped themselves from going further. However, the space behind them instantly exploded apart. Meanwhile, a ferocious grin curled up on Nanjing's lips. She suddenly released dagger axe, squatted down halfway in midair, and then kicked the back of the spear. Hiss! Dagger axe instantly pierced through the beam of light. Meanwhile, Nanjing stretched out her right hand and grabbed the spear before charging over. At the same time, the beam of light started to explode inch by inch. As for Yang Yi, he didn't just stand by idly. He moved past the beam of light and charged at the spatial rift. Nanjing arrived there just as he did. Yang Yi slashed with his sword while Nanjing stabbed her spear at it. Bang! The space around them shook, and then something seemed to be blasted back within the spatial rift. But just a moment later, the rift expanded, and then a wave of powerful energy surged out like a torrent. Bang! Bang! Yang Yi and Nanjing were instantly blasted 3 kilometers away. She stabbed her spear backward and stopped herself immediately. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stabbed his sword down and used the space beneath him to forcibly stop himself. Both of them looked up, and the spatial rift was still expanding. A moment later, a huge ethereal figure appeared before them. The figure seemed to be in human form. It had 2 hands, 2 feet, and was over 30 m tall. It was a giant. However, it had just 1 eye and nothing else, it was just flat. Obviously, it was formed from the eyes. Yang Yi and Nanjing remained indifferent, and just stood there without displaying any fear. Meanwhile, the giant started walking in their direction. Nanjing stretched her right hand behind her back and twisted her ponytail around her neck. After that, she stretched her right leg back and bent her left knee slightly. She seemed like she was about to dash forward. A moment of silence ensued. Nanjing suddenly pushed down with her left leg. In an instant, her figure appeared above the giant, and she hurled dagger axe at the giant. Hiss! The spear pierced through space as it descended, and the powerful force it carried was simply capable of tearing open everything. Meanwhile, the giant suddenly slapped its fist upward. As soon as its fist moved, a wave of powerful energy forcibly stopped dagger axe. Moreover, it started moving backward at an increasing rate, and at the instant the fist touched the spear, and Nanjing suddenly kicked the back of the spear. Bang! 2 types of energy instantly erupted. The space around them started to explode inch by inch, and the powerful wave of force affected the space in a huge area. And Nanjing was instantly blasted away. Chapter 27:30 Area is terrifying. Chapter 27:30 Area is terrifying. In just that instant, the giant had recovered from the attack and kicked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he pulled his sword back to defend himself. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly kicked over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, the giant suddenly grabbed Nanjing's spear, and then it slapped its other palm at Nanjing. The powerful force contained within the palm caused ripples to undulate through space. Nanjing's expression changed slightly, and she immediately floated backward. Meanwhile, the giant hurled Nanjing's spear back at her. Hiss! Dagger axe pierced through space and carried a wave of terrifying energy as it shot toward Nanjing's retreating figure. Nanjing's expression changed drastically. She swiftly pressed her palms together, and she caught dagger axe between them. But her hands instantly started bleeding. The force within it was too terrifying. Suddenly, the giant leaped up and slammed a punch at Nanjing. Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly. She was about to counterattack, But Yan Yi was faster. At the instant the giant had attacked, Yan Yi had appeared above it, and then rays of sword energy instantly enveloped the giant. In an instant, it was blasted backward repeatedly. The sword was too destructive, so even the giant was extremely afraid of that sword. At the moment the giant retreated, and Nanjing stomped her right foot down and dashed forward. Dagger axe spun rapidly in her grasp, and the powerful energy it emanated blasted apart the space before her. It was an extremely shocking sight. Suddenly, the giant stopped itself, and then it shot up into the air and slammed down at Yan Yi and Nanjing like a falling mountain. Powerful pressure descended from the sky, and it seemed capable of obliterating the world. Yan Yi's expression was extremely solemn. Had only felt such pressure from a few people. He gazed at Nanjing, and the latter closed her eyes slowly. A moment of silence ensued, and then they charged up into the air. A breath of time later, boom! A rumbling explosion resounded through the starry sky. In an instant, that expanse of space was obliterated. At the same time, two figures were retreating rapidly from that expanse of pitch-black space, and they only stopped themselves after retreating over 30 kilometers back. Those two figures belonged to Yan Yi and Nanjing. As soon as they stopped themselves, a wisp of blood seemed out from the corner of their mouths. They looked ahead, and they saw the giant's figure start to slowly turn ethereal, but it only took a moment for it to start madly absorbing the dark matter in the surroundings. Thus, its ethereal figure started to become material once more. The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched from the sight of this. Damn it! What the heck? They were about to continue fighting when a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was Arya. Arya glanced at them, and her gaze was very unfamiliar. But it only took a short while for her to frown, and then her gaze returned to normal. Let me fight it! She turned around and gazed at the giant. Arya walked slowly toward the giant, and a dark golden tail was just dragged through space behind her. Nanjing and Yan Yi exchanged glances, and they didn't do anything. They trusted her. Actually, Arya felt dangerous to them. That little fellow was abnormal just like Snowy. The only difference was that Snowy was the auxiliary type while Arya was the offensive type. Arya gazed at the giant with calmness in her eyes, and her gaze gradually turned icy cold before becoming utterly indifferent. Suddenly, the giant charged at Arya. It only took a moment for it to rapidly approach Arya. But Arya just continued walking as she had been doing. Meanwhile, the giant suddenly slammed a punch at her. The punch was like a small mountain slamming down at her, and Arya's petite figure seemed so tiny and weak before the fist. Arya's face still remained indifferent as it grew closer and closer to her. A moment later she attacked. Yan Yi and Nanjing watched with astonishment as Arya slapped her right palm forward. It was a very tiny palm, just a little larger than Snowy. However, as her palm moved forward, an invisible and overbearing force suddenly appeared above Arya. After that, the giant's fist was forcibly stopped on the spot. Suddenly, Arya charged up into the air, and she pressed the center of her palm against the giant's fist. An instant later, she slammed her right fist forward. Boom! Yan Yi and Nanjing watched as the giant's right arm shattered into pieces, and then it was blasted away. Suddenly, Arya pressed forward. The giant slammed its other hand at Arya, but she slammed a punch forward as well. Bang! The giant's remaining hand exploded apart, and Arya was right in front of its head now. Arya swung a sideways kick that struck directly against the giant's head. Bang! Its huge head instantly exploded apart. Yan Yi was completely stunned. After she kicked its head open, she started eating while Yan Yi and Nanjing watched. She was eating the giant. Yan Yi and Nanjing exchanged glances, and then they walked over to her. Arya suddenly looked at them, and she actually had a vigilant gaze in her eyes. Yan Yi frowned from the sight of this. Meanwhile, the vigilance in Arya's eyes vanished. She pointed at the giant. You want to have some too? The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched, and he shook his head. No. She nodded and continued. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment, and went over to her side. He spoke softly. Area! She glanced at Yang Yi. Big brother Yang, just tell me if you have something to say. Big brother Yang. Yang Yi was visibly relieved because Area was still quite normal. Yang Yi spoke softly. You're a little different than you were. She nodded. Some new things appeared in my mind, and it's really annoying. Yang Yi was curious. Why? She glanced at him. Because I was quite bad in the past. Moreover, I was especially fond of killing people like you who are full of the desire to kill. I think that if I eat you, you'll definitely become very, very strong. Yang Yi's face darkened. He slapped Area on the head. What the heck are you thinking? She cracked a smile and continued eating the giant. It wasn't bloody because she only consumed energy, so it was better to call it absorbing the giant. Yang Yi asked, Area, have you finished absorbing that fragment of your inner core? She shook her head. I still have a little bit more to go, the key bit of it all. Yang Yi asked, Do you need any help? She nodded. At the critical moment, there are many annoying things which want to enter my mind, but I don't really want them. I want to eliminate them and just keep my strength, but it doesn't seem to be working. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, Area, they are fragments of your past memories, right? Area nodded. Yang Yi and Nanjing exchanged glances. In the end, Nanjing said, Absorb it. Area gazed at her, and she spoke softly. They are your memories, so don't reject them and just absorb them. However, you must stay true to your heart and remember who you are. Area fell silent for a short while and said, I'm afraid it'll harm Snowy and Big Brother Yang once I absorb it. And Nanjing smiled. Do you think you would? She shook her head. I won't. And Nanjing smiled. See? She wanted to say something else, but Area shook her head again. I don't want to absorb those memories. The past has nothing to do with me. I'm Area now, Big Brother Yang's younger sister and Snowy's best friend. The past has nothing to do with me. Once I've finished absorbing all this energy, I'll ask Snowy to help me absorb that fragment, and then I'll grow my own inner core. And Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment and nodded. That works too. Area chose to avoid her past path, and that worked too. It was her choice. Her strength would definitely become extremely terrifying by remembering the past. After all, she was someone even Destiny had feared. However, if she recalled the past, she may become the evil beast of the past. She didn't want to become a different person. Yang Yi rubbed her head and spoke softly. All right, let's just allow the past to stay in the past. If Area really did become the evil beast of the past, then she may not be Area anymore. At that time, it was very likely that they would become enemies. After all, Area and Snowy were natural enemies. It was best if their current relationship continued. As for strength, it would be great if she could grow stronger, but if she couldn't, that was fine too. He would protect them. Of course, Area was very strong already. So, it was really difficult to say who was doing the protecting. Meanwhile, Area stood up, and a wave of invisible pressure instantly rippled out of her, causing Yang Yi and Nanjing to be instantly pushed over 30 back. Area hurriedly flew over to them with a concerned look in her eyes. Yang Yi smiled. We're fine. While his face was calm, both Nanjing and Yang Yi were astounded. Area's strength had grown so much after consuming the giant, and if she were to consume a few more, even their joint forces would probably be no match for Area. Area heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that they were fine, and then she smiled. Big Brother Yang, find me a few more of that monster from before. It's really nourishing. If I consume a few more of it, I'll definitely be able to suppress all those random memories in my inner core. Once she finished speaking, she ran into the primordial pagoda and continued absorbing the energy and inner core. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Nanjing had quite the colorful expressions on their faces. A few more? That's so easy for you to say. Chapter 27:31 Run. Chapter 27:31 Run. They'd almost been killed in battle just now, yet Area wanted more of it. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Yang Yi estimated Aria's strength, and he found that her strength should be on par with Nanjing and him. But if her abnormal defensive capabilities were included, then she may be slightly stronger than them. As for killing the giant on her own, she actually hadn't done so at all. After all, it had been fighting him and Nanjing for a long time. It could be said that the giant was already weakened, and Aria just took advantage of its weakness. Of course, Aria's terrifying strength was beyond doubt. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly asked, "How do we find them?" Yang Yi fell silent. How to find Qi Bitian and Tianxiu? It was a huge problem. He didn't know the four-dimensional universe at all, so how would he find them? Snowy. Yang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly summoned Snowy. Snowy was still snoring, and she was quite displeased when Yang Yi woke her up. So, she kept rubbing her head against Yang Yi's head. She wanted to sleep. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly and said, "Snowy, stop sleeping for now and help me with something." Snowy rubbed her drowsy eyes and gazed at him. Yang Yi smiled. "Can you contact Tianxiu?" He knew that the little fellow was very close to Tianxiu. After all, Shed summoned Tianxiu that day in the origin world. Snowy blinked when she heard him. Summon Tianxiu. Snowy glanced at the surroundings, and then she closed her eyes slowly. Around 15 minutes later, Snowy opened her eyes and pointed into the distance. Yang Yi asked, "Over there?" Snowy nodded and started waving her paws. A short while later, Yang Yi understood. Snowy was telling him that she could sense Tianxiu's aura, but she couldn't contact Tianxiu. As for the reason, it was because she couldn't sense spirit energy, which was too far away. Too far away! Her method of locating people was with spirit energy. She sensed spirit energy, and used it to search for the person she was looking for or used profound energy to send a message. Needless to say, it was an extremely terrifying ability. At the very least, Yang Yi couldn't accomplish it. Yang Yi gazed in the direction Snowy had pointed toward. It was just boundless space that had no end to it. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, "Let's go!" Snowy nodded. Meanwhile, Nanjing appeared before her and gazed at her. "Why don't you speak?" Snowy blinked, opened her mouth, and words came out of it. "I can." But it was without sound. And Nanjing shook her head and left. Yang Yi chuckled and followed her with Snowy. Actually, had asked Snowy about it a long time ago. Snowy could speak, but the way she spoke was unlike humans. She was the good sprite, and the good sprite had its own method of communication. Asking Snowy to speak was like asking a human to speak the language of animals. So, asking a human why they couldn't speak the animal tongue would be a stupid question. The only reason she could mouth the words was actually because she'd been with Yang Yi for so long, and she understood the human tongue. Actually, maybe it was because she didn't really like to speak the human tongue, just like Yang Yi wasn't really willing to speak in the way demon beasts and animals spoke. Of course, it wasn't a big deal. Yang Yi held Snowy in his arms as he continued forward with a Nanjing. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face as he traveled through the boundless reaches of space. Because everything here was unknown to him, and he didn't know what was waiting ahead. No matter what, he had to find Tianxiu and Qi Bitian. After he found them, the first thing would be to take them with him and annihilate End World, and then fight the strongest form of destiny. His current strength was utterly incapable of annihilating the End World. Besides that, he had to warn them about the strongest form of destiny and tell them to be careful. A long time passed before they stopped. There was a strange black vortex before them. Yang Yi and Nanjing exchanged glances, and then they chose to go around it. However, something unexpected happened. The vortex instantly expanded and approached them rapidly. Yang Yi frowned slightly. "What the heck is that?" Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly and kept retreating with Nanjing. However, the black vortex had locked onto them and was trying to devour them. Yang Yi waved his hand and an expanse of sword energy shot at the black vortex. However, the sword energy was completely devoured before it could even approach the black vortex. "What the heck is this?" Yan Yes' face turned gloomy as he continued retreating within Nanjing. Suddenly, Snowy appeared on Yan Yes' shoulder. She glanced at the black vortex and waved her sprite staff. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy surrounded the black vortex. But in just an instant, the black vortex devoured all the spirit energy. Snowy was stunned. It just vanished? Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar resounded from the black vortex, and then the vortex started devouring even more quickly and madly than before. Yan Yes' expression changed drastically, and he retreated within Nanjing again. Meanwhile, Snowy blinked, took a peek at the black vortex, and was quite puzzled. Why didn't it work? A moment later she waved her paws quickly. Countless strands of spirit energy rapidly converged at the pitch-black vortex. This time, the black vortex suddenly stopped. It's working? Snowy blinked and had a brilliant smile on her face. But just a moment later, the black vortex spun rapidly, and then Yan Yi and Nanjing watched with astonishment as it devoured all the spirit energy Snowy had converged there. After that, a powerful aura rippled out of it. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. It's devouring the spirit energy and growing stronger. And Nanjing glanced at Snowy. She was telling Snowy that it was all Snowy's fault. Snowy blinked, and then she covered her eyes. After that, she fled back into the primordial pagoda. It was such an embarrassment. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yan Yi and Nanjing's expressions were quite unsightly. What do we do? The answer was run, of course. Chapter 2732 Ancestor. The Yang Clan's Ancestor. Chapter 2732 Ancestor. The Yang Clan's Ancestor. Yan Yi and Nanjing dashed off quickly, but the black vortex refused to spare them and gave chase. This time, it may not desire to kill them and just wanted spirit energy. Yan Yi would naturally not give it any spirit energy. He didn't know what was in there, so giving it spirit energy may very likely lead to his death. Suddenly, the vortex stopped, and then Yan Yi and Nanjing's expressions changed drastically. Because the space before them cracked open, and then a spatial rift appeared there. At the same time, numerous other strange spatial rifts appeared around them. The spatial rifts were all around them. They'd been surrounded. Yan Yi gazed at the black vortex. Do you want to fight? A sword appeared in his grasp. It was past life. A sword of destiny. Suddenly, an icy cold voice resounded from within the vortex. Who are you? Why do you feel slightly familiar to me? Yan Yes' eyes narrowed slightly. The vortex actually knew about his sword. Is it an existence suppressed by destiny? And why did it say that it sensed a familiar feeling from me? Yan Yi was about to speak when a few powerful auras appeared in the distant sky. Yan Yes' expression changed slightly and looked over. His face fell when he saw who it was. It was Emperor Li, Zuimu, and the others. Besides Hingwangu, Emperor Li, Zuimu, First God, and Sky Saber were all here. Moreover, there was a mysterious black-robed figure with them too. They were back again. Yan Yi tightened his grip on his sword and no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Emperor Li's group had noticed Yan Yi and Nanjing, and they were stunned for a moment when they saw them surrounded by those spatial rifts. But what came next was wild joy. Ha ha! First God was the first to laugh. Yan Yi! Oh, Yan Yi! Enemies really are meant to meet. He was about to attack, but Zuimu shook his head. Let's focus on our priority first. First God hesitated for a moment and grunted coldly. Fine, they can't go anywhere anyway. Zuimu glanced at Yan Yi and Nanjing, and then he gazed at the black vortex. Senior, we've found a way to save you, and we've brought it. You just have to promise that you'll help us kill a person, and we'll save you right now. The black vortex fell silent for a short while, and then a voice resounded. This fellow before us? Zuimu nodded. Indeed. The voice asked. All of you together can't kill him? Are you kidding me? Zuimu spoke solemnly. He's rather special, and his strength is monstrous. You'll understand once you fight him later. Is that so? A chuckle resounded. Not bad. Looks like he's an extraordinary genius, and I love killing extraordinary geniuses. Zhuemu asked. So you agree? The voice replied. Of course. Zhuemu nodded, and then he withdrew a pitch-black gourd. A moment later, he tossed it into the vortex. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy filled the voice. A short while later, the vortex started to tremble violently while more and more spirit energy surged out from the gourd. A short while later, waves of a powerful aura rippled out from the vortex, forcing Yang Yi and the others backward repeatedly. Yang Ye's face turned extremely solemn. Which extraordinary expert is this? Yang Yi didn't try to stop it because Emperor Li, First God, Sky Saber, and even the mysterious black-robed figure were eyeing him with hostility. If he dared to do anything, they would definitely attack him. It was pointless to do anything now. Suddenly, the black vortex exploded apart, and then a figure covered in blood-red mist appeared. At the instant the figure appeared, an invisible aura rippled out into the surroundings. Everyone, including Yang Yi, couldn't help but move around 30 m back. Yang Ye's face was extremely solemn because had witnessed such pressure from two, but this expert's aura was even more overbearing. It had an aura of supremacy in it. A short while later, the bloody mist dispersed to reveal a woman. A woman in dark red armor and a saber in her grasp. Her face was calm, but her eyes had absolute indifference in them. Besides that, there was a cut from a sword on her left cheek, and it was around the length of a thumb and very deep. She glanced at Zhuemu's group, and Zhuemu nodded slightly. She moved her gaze away and looked at Yang Yi instead. I, Yang Buzi, never owe people anything in my life. I've promised them that I would kill you, so I will. Now you can give your head up to me. First God and the others smiled coldly. If Yang Buzi couldn't kill Yang Yi, they were still here to help out. However, would Yang Buzi fail to kill Yang Yi? Was that even possible? She was a peerless figure who'd reigned supreme over the times. Even Zhuemu had an unprecedentedly relaxed expression on his face. It was time for it to end. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was stunned. Yang Buzi? The previous patriarch of the Yang clan? Yang Yi was stunned for quite some time, and then he suddenly started crying. Everyone here was stunned. Yang Buzi frowned. Can't you act like a man? She was about to attack when Yang Yi suddenly said, Ancestor! I've finally found you! Ancestor! First God and the others were stunned. What the heck? Ancestor? Yang Buzi's frown deepened, but she didn't act. She just waved her saber, and a strand of saber energy shot through the air. A moment later, a pearl of blood emerged from Yang Ye's forehead and instantly floated over to her. She gazed at it for a short while, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. You're a member of my Yang clan! Yang Yi nodded. He seemed very excited as he said, I'm the Yang clan's current patriarch. Ancestor, when I heard destiny was keeping you imprisoned, I went to great lengths in order to get through the 9th layer of space. It took me years to finally get here, and now, I've finally found you. He sighed softly while his face dimmed down. Ancestor, our clan has been on a decline since you vanished. Now there's only a few hundred of us left. At this point, he suddenly pointed angrily at Zhuemu and the others. And these bastards actually refused to spare our clan and refused to spare me. They've been constantly hunting me, and I almost died at their hands on many occasions. I've really suffered so much. First God's eyes narrowed slightly. Yang Yi, do you want to die? He was about to attack as he spoke. Suddenly, Yang Buzi gazed at First God and spoke ferociously. How dare you? You piece of trash. How dare you threaten someone from my clan? As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her saber forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then First God had been blasted 30 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped there, his body instantly exploded into bits. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned. Chapter 27:33 Trash. Chapter 2733 Trash. Terrifying. That was Yang Ye's first impression. At this moment, had broken out in cold sweat. Even if the woman before him wasn't on par with Tu, she was definitely not much weaker. No, she was definitely not weaker than Tu. She had instantly obliterated First God's body upon escaping her cage, and such a feat was something only Tu could accomplish. As for the strongest form of destiny, that was a given. At this moment, Yang Yi felt quite a bit of lingering fear. Because if Yang Busi were to target him, he would definitely be dead. He was really no match for her. During the era of destiny, there had been countless geniuses, and she was definitely a genius among geniuses, just like Chi Bitian. Swinmu and the others' expressions had changed. They were in trouble. Big trouble. They'd gone to great lengths to free this peerless expert, but it was actually Yang Ye's ancestor. His ancestor. Yang Ye's ancestor. Was there greater bullshit than this? Swinmu and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. It was like they'd been forced to eat a pile of shit. There was nothing more aggrieving and sad than this. Swinmu looked slightly to the side. All of you leave! Leave! First God didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. At that instant, he knew that he was no match for this woman. She was someone on the same level as the form of destiny known as Tu. Such an old existence wasn't someone he could go against. Even someone as proud as Emperor Li chose to retreat. Only Zwemu remained. Yang Yi glanced at First God's group, and then he howled with fury. How dare you attack my Yang clan? They'll never stop hunting you! He charged at them as he shouted. After all, why wouldn't he hit them when they were down? Yang Busi nodded slightly when she heard him, and there was admiration in her eyes. This descendant of hers had good talent, strength, and courage. Yang Yi seemed increasingly better to her. After all, he was from her own clan. Moreover, Yang Busi was someone who regarded her clan as absolutely important. So, she was naturally happy to have such a descendant in her clan. Actually, she paid more attention to Nanjing, and she liked Nanjing even more. Yang Busi restrained her thoughts and gazed at Swinmu. You're here to stop me? Swinmu spoke solemnly. Senior, you broke your promise. Yang Busi chuckled fiercely. I broke my promise? Do you realize that you want me to kill a descendant of my clan? Swinmu fell silent for a moment, and then he shook his head. There's no need to say anything. We were fools. Fools. It would be a lie if he said that he didn't regret it. Actually, in the beginning, had been slightly worried that Yang Busi may be related to Yang Yi. However, Mou had confidently guaranteed that there was no link between them. And he was of the same mind too. After all, how could people who were born so many eras apart be related? However, they were related. Swinmu took a step back and cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts while tightening his grip on his saber. It was a brand new saber. Yang Busi laughed coldly, and then she swung her saber forward. At practically the exact same moment, Swinmu suddenly drew his saber. The world cracked open before it. This attack carried an aura of no retreat. He had no confidence in winning against an expert like her, but he dared to fight her, and he was even risking his life to do so. However, he was facing an overlord of an era. There had been countless geniuses in that era, and Yang Busi and Chi Bitian didn't represent all of them. However, all of these geniuses were very unlucky. Because they were born in the same era as destiny. Countless peerless existences of that era were forced to bow before destiny. Even then, it didn't stop them from being extremely strong. As soon as Swinmu's attack descended, he was blasted 30 kilometers away. Suppression. Absolute suppression. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yang Busi spoke indifferently. You're quite capable to have survived an attack of mine. But it's pointless. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly hurled her saber at Swinmu. It was a very normal attack, but it contained overbearing force. Swinmu pulled his right foot backward and tightened his grip on his saber. When faced with an attack he couldn't resist, all he could do was fight. Fight with his life on the line. Zhuemew's saber shot forward and descended. Hiss! Zhuemew's saber instantly exploded apart, but right when Yang Buxi's saber was about to chop off his head, a pitch-black hand suddenly grabbed Zhuemew's shoulder and tossed him over 1 kilometer away. At the same time, the black hand curled into a fist that slammed against the saber. Bam! Yang Buxi's saber was instantly blasted away. She stretched out her right hand, and the saber returned firmly into her grasp. She looked into the distance. There was only a hand there, a hand that had emerged from within space. Yang Buxi glanced indifferently at it. What the heck are you? She hurled her saber once more. The saber tore through the air and everything else before it. The pitch-black hand was clenched into a fist once more, and then it punched forward. It forcibly stopped Yang Buxi's terrifying attack, but that wasn't the end of it. The fist shook abruptly, and the saber was blasted away. Yang Buxi remained indifferent as she stretched out her right hand, and the saber landed firmly in her grasp again. Meanwhile, the black hand suddenly grabbed Zhuemew and vanished on the spot. Yang Buxi was about to stop it when a pair of eyes soundlessly appeared above her. She frowned upon seeing them. The eyes stared at Yang Buxi. Yang Buxi ignored the eyes and looked into the distance. It was in the direction Yang Yi had chased First God and the others. Yang Buxi took a step forward, and the space before her turned ethereal and her figure seemed like it was passing through space. But right at this moment, a huge fist suddenly slammed down at her from above. Yang Buxi frowned slightly and shot a glance upward. Just you wait! You piece of trash! As soon as she finished speaking, she took another step with her other foot. She instantly vanished on the spot. At the other side, Yan Yi and Nanjing were chasing after First God's group. First God was just a soul now, so he couldn't fight at all. It could be said that this was the best time for Yang Yi to kill him. Emperor Li and the other black-robe expert were clearly aware of that. So, they didn't fight Yang Yi and Nanjing, and they were just fleeing madly. When Yang Yi fled, they couldn't catch up to him, and similarly, Yang Yi and Nanjing couldn't catch up to them when First God and the others chose to focus on fleeing. Just like that, one side fled while the other side chased. It didn't take long for them to return to the 9th layer of space. In the 9th layer of space, Yang Yi finally caught up to them with the assistance of Snowy's spirit energy. Emperor Li stared at Yang Yi. At this moment, he had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. After all, it was an absolute embarrassment to be pursued by Yang Yi like this. They weren't afraid of Yang Yi, of course. They were afraid of Yang Yi's backing, that woman they just freed. What was it like to lift a rock only to drop it on one's own feet? They'd done just that. Emperor Li was about to speak when Yang Yi and Nanjing suddenly vanished on the spot. Emperor Li's expression changed slightly as he instantly vanished on the spot. At the same time, Sky Saber and the mysterious black-robed expert vanished along with him. Rumble! In an instant, the 9th layer of space started to tremble violently, and numerous afterimages were slamming against each other incessantly. As for First God, he didn't join the battle and just fled. But Yang Yi and Nanjing were chasing after him. Because he was the easiest to kill. Emperor Li, the other mysterious black-robed expert, or even Sky Saber weren't that easy to kill. First God felt absolutely aggrieved. He, First God, had once been one of the strongest existences in the world. Even though his era couldn't compare with Destiny's era, he was still one of the strongest. Yet now, he was being chased and hunted like a dog. It was an absolute humiliation. Emperor Li and the others didn't abandon First God. At a time like this, every expert they lost was a huge loss to them. Moreover, they were very well aware that Yang Yi would absolutely not stop after he killed First God. Just like that, both sides fought as they fled. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi and Nanjing to be suddenly blasted away. Yang Yi and Nanjing stopped themselves, and the space ahead of them had cracked open to reveal a pitch-black hand. It was the same hand had encountered the other day. Yang Yi's face was gloomy. He suddenly stomped his right foot down and appeared before the hand, and then he slashed down while holding his sword with both hands. Hiss! Space was instantly sliced open. Meanwhile, the hand slammed a punch forward, and it struck the blade of Yang Ye's sword. A head-on collision! Boom! In an instant, Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Once he stopped himself, his entire right arm started to tremble violently. Actually, it wasn't just his arm, even his sword was trembling. At this moment, Yang Yi couldn't feel his entire right arm. The black hand didn't launch another attack after it punched Yang Yi flying, and it just waved lightly. Emperor Li and the others vanished on the spot. Just a breath of time after it vanished with Emperor Li's group, a woman arrived not too far away from Yang Yi. It was Yang Busi. She shot a glance where the black hand had vanished and said, "Do you know who the heck that was?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I've never seen its owner." Yang Busi nodded. "Be careful if you encounter it again, and don't fight it if you can." Yang Yi asked. "Why?" Yang Busi replied indifferently. "Because you're absolutely no match for it." Yang Yi was at a loss for words.